Roaches. I have to explain to anyways what roaches are in the hood term. She's like, ew, why this fucking roach? Bitch, excuse me, let me explain. Why did they call it a roach though? I don't know. Just follow the culture. What the fuck? It was a thing. Hey, why did they call it a roach? You gonna smoke it? Yeah, motherfucker. The fuck? You think I'm gonna kill it and throw it away?
It's Ryan Reynolds. My goal is to spend as little as possible on things like commercials so we can pass more savings to customers. When I saw what they're charging for home. Yesterday in Washington, D.C., two National Guards were culturally enriched. And I have to say that I absolutely have um, a severe case of the usual suspects fatigue. Well, I covered this tragic story yesterday, as well as the reactions of all the leftists celebrating the killing of these two completely innocent National Guardsmen who were in Washington, D.C., stopping crime, which they successfully did for the record. Crime in Washington, D.C. is incredibly down. The leftists essentially all blame Trump. They said, well, Trump shouldn't have put them there, but they wouldn't be dead if not for Trump. It's possibly one of the, it's so nice that they're dead now because they're fascist Nazis, and also Trump put them there, so we could blame him. And honestly, some of those masked off moment assassination of Charlie Kirk in front of his family. And this will undoubtedly radicalize a generation. Well, not maybe it's following video because it's actually a lot wilder than expected. So you should definitely subscribe because I'm going to be on top of the story as well as all the other stories. But I'm going to be racist about it because we finally released a lot of information about the person that actually was this terrorist that killed these innocent people. And let's just say I was right. You're gonna have to put another penny in the nuts was right again, Charm. I'm so sorry. I don't want to be that guy. So obviously the leftvoid freakazoid decided to pop out saying breaking. Who even chose the suspect in the National Guard shooting? Doesn't appear to be black, trans, or an immigrant. How will MAGA spin this? It just looks like a classic straight white male. Wow. How is MAGA going to spin this into somehow being a political issue? As if white people can't be leftist, communist terrorists. The community, though. The suspect is confirmed Afghan national. Takes it immigrants. When I say it's every time, it's every time. MAGA doesn't even spin anything because it just kind of seems like MAGA's right. That's right. This dude was culturally enriching the United States, and then he decided to murder two innocent people. Trump made an announcement about planning of revetting all Afghan immigrants coming into the country or that are in this country because there are 60,000 Afghans that were literally integrated, that immigrated into America in 2021 under Biden. We have a lot to look at today because it turns out the goats actually called this forever. Obviously, you have some people that are like giant Islam suckers that are like, oh, actually, we can blame the Jews. We can blame the Jews on this one. Actually, I don't know. I feel like this Muslim guy's got to get bad rep. He killed two innocent people. Oh, we have a lot to look at today. Right, the leftoids freaking out. It's honestly a nightmare. It's a real nightmare situation, and we're gonna actually do our best to make the best of an awful nightmare situation. We haven't heard a single thing about the shooter in custody, which means it's a white man. Not a white man. Pretty weird. Turns out it's a 29-year-old shooter known as Ratmanwala Langkangwal. Sounds like your classic straight white male, if you ask me. An Afghan national shot two National Guard members reported to have entered the United States under the Biden administration's Operation Allies Welcome, a program created to resettle Afghans after the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan. Yeah, that's right. You thought Biden's withdrawal from Afghanistan was absolutely humiliating? You were right, but for more ways than you even knew. Not just was it humiliating that we left there in shambles, but we also literally imported a bunch of them into our country to kill us on our turf. Isn't that lovely? Isn't that great, guys? Wow, classic. Hell yeah, dude. Thanks, Biden. We're going to look at his freak out speech after this. But this was the announcement that the killer actually is an Afghan radical Muslim.
We've seen a difference in Washington.
Wait, sorry.
Down.
Hold on.
Chairman, hold on. We just got this. I need to get to it. This just in. Sources are telling Fox News that the shooter is an illegal immigrant from Afghanistan.
Wow! And look at this dude just like rolling his eyes because we all know that there's an issue here. We've all been screaming that this is going to happen. And of course it happened. Because of course it happened.
And during Operation Allies Welcome under the Biden administration. And he overstayed that visa. All right, Chairman. So,
Fox is
frustrating that this person.
So frustrating. I don't want to be right. I don't want to be right. I really don't. You know, I really want the guys that are chanting death to America to actually not want to kill Americans. All right, this is the nuclear hot take. When I see someone chant death to America, I would love for that guy to actually secretly be a giant America admirer. Unfortunately, I have a little thing called a brain, and it operates on clearly a higher level than the inbred, retarded, honestly propagandized troglodytes that are coming out of these colleges that are telling me how I'm actually just being racist.
Was here illegally, overstayed his visa.
If we would have been a little more racist, these two National Guards would not be dead today.
And then that's who this shooter profile is.
What radical Muslim, illegal immigrant? It's insane that we need to live like this, man. I told you in my last video, toss a coin. It's either going to be a communism or a Muslim. And I hate that this is the reality that we're living in, man.
What's your immediate reaction? Well, my immediate reaction is we tried desperately to get an accounting of all the people.
The immediate reaction is, obviously. Tragically, but obviously.
That came up from Afghanistan to the United States during that disastrous withdrawal during the Biden administration. That was a huge priority for the House Oversight Committee. We never got that information.
Do you hate Muslims? No, I'm just not a fan of Islam. I don't hate Muslims as an individual, obviously. But I don't think we needed to import 60,000 Afghan people into our country without even vetting them. Bro!
Never allowed to get that information because I don't think the government had any idea. I don't think they kept an accurate accounting. I don't, and if they did, I think they realized there were probably lots of gaps. We were told there were going to be.
This dude's illegal here. Like, there's no reason for us to be illegals in our country. It's literally the most obvious thing in the world. And this really is radicalizing people. Because a lot of people don't read the news, okay? A lot of people don't actually think it through. It's like, if we have 30 million illegals in our country, that actually will make there be less available houses, which would increase the housing crisis. That would cause a housing crisis. Wow, we can't really get jobs, but there are 30 million illegal immigrants that are taking jobs here that I could get if it wasn't for them. In fact, they would bump up the prices of American workers that now they can afford to just fire them and replace them with illegals, that they could pay the bare minimum. It actually turns out that this solves a lot of issues. And, they'll call you racist if you say that. They'll ban you. They'll censor you. They'll slander you. But they can't call you a liar.
About 2,000 people that had worked with our military as people that tried to help with the cause to help protect our troops in Afghanistan. Right. But then at the end of the day, they were closer to 100,000. But we don't know what that number was. And I don't think the government has Congressman good track of it. And I'm sure there were mistakes that were made.
Yeah, I'm sure there were mistakes that were made. At least two. Insane, man. So this was my video from yesterday where I actually covered what happened. All right. Now again, I don't want to be that guy and pat myself on the back too hard, but it turns out when you're always right, it's a blessing and a curse. A religion this man is part of. I will leave that to my audience. Bet you $5 on Polychart that this dude said Allahu Akbar before he shot those guys up. So yeah, so that was a $5 bet that was taken in holy matrimony. LE sources in DC tells me National Guard and shooting suspect Afghan national used a revolver. The suspect reportedly shouted Allahu Akbar. I literally hate the fact that I pre-watch reality sometimes, man. It's insane. A National Guardsman who was not armed with a firearm used a pocket knife to stab the suspect. Truly tragic. Another guardsman responded to the gunfire and shot him multiple times. Suspect reportedly shouted all over. Listen, it's crazy, man. It's crazy, dude. This is happening way too often, and the media is like trying their absolute best to squash it. Trump tweeted, "The animal that shot the two National Guardsmen, with both being critically wounded and now in two separate hospitals and also severely wounded, I regard this would pay a very steep price." Public execution. God bless our great National Guard, all our military law enforcement. These are truly great people. Highest president of the United States and everyone associated with the office of the presidency. I'm with you. I can't believe I guessed it right. Like, I mean, I guessed it because obviously I thought that was going to be the case, but still, man, still, it's when it's this obvious, you wonder why the people in power don't see it. And then you realize that the people in power do see it, and you just have two parties. You have the cuck party that sees it and refuses to do anything about it, and then you have the party that literally is trying their absolute best to enable more of this. Because this is their plan in a hostile takeover. Obviously, the way the media covered this was an absolute travesty.
But of course, there's so much controversy happening in the United States right now with ICE, who are also wearing uniforms and wearing masks, and so
This is the worst clip ever.
you don't know people walking around with uniforms in an American city. There are some Americans that might object to that.
Yeah, so there's controversy around ICE officers that are doing their legal job. And ICE officers wear uniforms. Also, National Guards wear uniforms, and people aren't happy, so that's why it's okay to kill them. Thank you so much. Wow, thank you so much, media. You should all be in jail for inciting violence. This is crazy. It's crazy. How is this literally in the mainstream media? Of course, CNN's like Trump.
Get 1% flexible days with Epic Day Pass. Ski and ride Vail, Musco Blackcomb, Park City, Bragg, Creek, and Union world-class resorts. Last chance to buy a pass is December 4th.
Daytona Floor Jacks, Jack Stands. Built tough for every look. Owner at Harbor Freight.
Anything I can do best.
Faster, louder, earlier.
Wow, you turned out that
For what you got.
When did it start?
Something's changed. Something's different.
Fall is right around the corner. I feel like we're all going through so many changes, just like the seasons. I always feel my best when the weather starts getting cold, it starts getting cozy, but I also want to make sure that I'm keeping up on my mental health. It's helped me so much over the years, but more so recently. Therapy really is for everybody, no matter what you're going through. Therapists will listen, ask questions, and help you see things from a new perspective. They're there to give you advice for bettering your life or making positive changes. Thank you so much to BetterHelp. They are on a mission to start making therapy easier. All you need to do is fill out a quick questionnaire and they will match you with a therapist. It can take as little as a couple days. It's really easy to switch therapists if they're not a right fit. With over 7,000 reviews on Trustpilot and a 4.3 star rating, BetterHelp is something that I trust and I've used in my personal life, and I think it's something that you guys can trust as well. If you guys want to change with the season with me, go ahead and check it out.
Critically wounded and are in separate hospitals around the DC area, and saying that the third person who shot at the National Guardsman is also severely wounded. Part of the reason that they have been tracking this so closely is because President Trump has been really adamant about bringing the National Guard to Washington, D.C. They've been
This is literally proof that you need the National Guard in Washington, D.C. You've terrorists wandering around shooting people.
there for months as part of a severe crime crackdown. And I do want to note here,
For the record, it did the crackdown work.
in a moment, we expect to see Vice President J.D. Vance, who's already going to be delivering remarks at Fort Campbell in Kentucky as part of a Thanksgiving trip that he's doing.
Happy Thanksgiving, by the way, guys. I hope you're having. Remember to thank God for the position that you are, the time that you are. Thank God for all the amazing things that we have in our lives. And also pray to God that we can thank God for even more things next year. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. CNN says that it's Trump's fault, putting the National Guard where that's what it killed. And again, all the leftist pundits do the same thing. This is Don Lemon.
Black people, brown people, all right, whether you're an Indian American or Mexican American, whoever you are, go out in your place where you live and get a gun legally, give it a license to carry legally. Because when you have people knocking on your door and taking you away without due process as a citizen, isn't that a record?
This is not a thing that happens. No one's getting taken away as a citizen without due process. It's literally a lie. They're fabricating, pushing on people, telling them to harm themselves. Well, where do you think this is going to end up, man?
What the Second Amendment was written for.
Right. Classic Don Lemon saying the federal officers are doing their duty, which is a legal thing that they're doing. They're not coming after citizens, but I'm going to say that they are anyway, without due process to make it feel like they're coming for you so that hopefully you can kill some of them. That's my interpretation. I think he wanted a couple of these National Guards dead, so I mean, Don Lemon got what he wanted. Like, there's no other way to interpret this plausibly. I'm so tired of people trying their absolute best to dance around the subject matter. And you have the left-going retards. This is so tragic, so unnecessary. The poor guardsmanship never get deployed. It's Trump's fault. I live in DC, watched this. They had virtually nothing to do but pick up trash. It was a political show, and at what cost? No, it's the shooter's fault for shooting the National Guard. It's not Trump's fault for getting the National Guard to arrest criminals. Hello? Literally, what are we doing? But this is the leftist mind. So Senator Jeff Merkley tweeted right after two National Guard was shot. You know what he tweets? And this is one of the most mind-blowing things of all time that he actually decided to do is President Trump is out of control. He's snatching people off the streets, deporting them without due process. He's using research grants, security clearances, and broadcast licenses to harass and influence universities, law firms, and networks. I don't even think that's true. He's illegally canceling programs fully authorized and funded by the law. This literally never even happened. He's blowing up boats, murdering the crews with no evidence they're carrying drugs. This is also a lie. Of course there's evidence they're carrying drugs. He is seeking to federalize and deploy the National Guard against peaceful citizens with fake claims of rebellion or invasion. The guy was literally killed by a radical Muslim from Afghanistan that was illegal in the country. So, like, debunked on that one. So no, he is not doing it against peaceful citizens. He's ordering the Department of Justice to target perceived political enemies. No, he's ordering the Department of Justice to arrest terrorists and treasonous bastards based. He is filling government websites, public announcements, partisan propaganda. You mean like every single president did in the history of America? To try to win the next election. He is rigging the next election with gerrymandered congressional districts and nationalized voter registration database. For the record, it's the Democrats that does the vast majority of gerrymandering. Now he's issuing death threats, and no, he's not. He's mentioning the fact that it is a very good idea to actually potentially give the death penalty to people that commit treason against our country, not a death threat. And demanding investigations into members of Congress based, if they're terrorists or whatever, we should absolutely investigate them. We'll remind military the responsibility to ignore illegal orders. That's what they did. They implied that the president gave illegal orders. He's destroying our freedom and our republic. Essentially, you're calling it a Nazi, a fascist, yada yada. He must be stopped. What do? How do you stop him? What's the solution here? Every citizen must protest, and every member of Congress must obstruct his authoritarian assault on our nation. I love how he uses the word obstruct because he's literally doing everything legally. So if you're obstructing justice, then you should go to jail for getting judged. We know that it's optional. We don't following the law and elected by the majority of people, literally fuck you. And he releases this post right after two National Guard are killed. After, not moments before, that you could like tie this to some sort of incitement or anything. No. Literally after two people were killed, this he decided to in the reply. Replies 5,000 likes. Like he's getting annihilated because bro, you said two people get killed, and you're like, we have to fight back harder. Are you endorsing this? Are you like silently endorsing this kind of thing? You got Ed Faggotsine, one of the radical leftoids on the internet. If they weren't on duty there, raking leaves and standing in front of federal buildings for no good reason, this wouldn't have happened. It was Trump's stupid political stuff teamed up with another lunacy killer. That leftists. Enough is not with. in regards to what Vance is saying here. Apparently, there was a shooting outside the White House just a couple of hours ago.
It's what?
And we're still learning everything. We still don't know.
Shut us at the White House and y'all don't know what kind of country is this? We have the biggest military budget in the world. We can't figure out who shooting up the White House?
And some faith to say a prayer for those 2 National Guardsmen as they're able to spend Thanksgiving with their families instead of losing their lives, because I understand they're still in pretty tough condition. But I think it's a somber reminder.
How are these niggas not immediately nuked for just thinking about niggas? What type of country we in this? The White House?
of the United States of America.
Niggas gonna hear this? What country? Nigga, the White House. Oh, invade America. Fuck that.
Building and knows that there are a lot of people who wear the uniform of the United States.
I can't
Just say very possibly thank them for what they're doing. We're grateful to them, and we're
ready to suck.
Thanksgiving with their families.
Random nigga just walking in your castle. I'm taking them.
Yeah, actually, I have respect for our law enforcement, our police officers.
I don't respect these
our
dumbass.
soldiers. Yeah,
More.
there's nothing more
Eat donuts.
that
More than
they,
right now.
they deserve to be treated with the utmost
Oh
respect.
god, I forgot I'm
Instead,
streaming
they're
all this
vilified
shit.
by the media. They're
Oh,
hated
shit.
by
Well.
the people as they're taught by their colleges.
As you just heard. The White House was kind of, you feel me? Shot up.
And
America ain't doing shit about it, really.
over here.
Oh shit, that's crazy.
Besides, if they weren't there, they wouldn't be killed. It's Trump political punch. Again, blaming Trump for the murder of these innocent people, when in reality it was very much everyone except for Trump.
Oh, so it was the rest of the people. It was everybody else in the United States. That's crazy.
Besides, the Biden policy of opening the floodgate to unvetted Afghan refugees. Friends sent me messages calling me a racist. It's a clarifying moment. Dude, I've come to realize every time I'm called a racist, it's because I'm right about something and they have no actual rebuttal. So they just call you a racist in order to get away from that.
Racist.
They shouldn't have been in our country. Completely true. Many of our voters will demand not just words, but actions. Well, and this is an entirely appropriate response. We will bring the shooter to justice, and then we will redouble our efforts to support people who have no right to be in our country. Already, some voices in corporate media chirp over immigration policies are too harsh. So it is a reminder of why they're wrong. Completely true. I think Vance is probably the number one guy with a finger on the pulse of what's the American people are thinking. Literally, unironically, the number one example of it in the entire country, in the entire government, rather. He's on point. Him and Stephen Miller, I think, are so on point as to what the average American guy is thinking about. It's insane. And he's completely right here. He's completely and utterly correct. Dude, friends sent me messages calling me a racist. It was a clarifying moment. What an absolute banger line. True. You can call me racist. You just can't call me wrong. I really feel like that this keeps getting justified more and more. Last month in the UK, an Afghan stabbed Wayne Broadhurst to death while he was walking his dog. Today, an Afghan shot 2 National Guardsmen in the United States. In the last 10 years, Afghans have committed 108,409 serious offenses in Germany. In just Germany!
Damn.
We don't have to live like this, man. We don't have to live like this. There is no reason to import them. What? Hello? What are we doing? Like, I literally don't understand. It's absolute insanity. And it's such a clown show because, like, we're told that we're the bad guy for not wanting to import people that directly incentivize and essentially speed run the destruction of our civilization. It's like, yeah, no, actually, I really don't want to destroy our civilization with our own 2 hands by importing people that want to kill us, actually. I know, this might be difficult to understand, but this is my incredibly hot take of the day. Harry Piston tweets, Donald Trump approved the D.C. shooter's asylum request in April. MAGA spent all day blaming Joe Biden and the Democrats. Maybe they should look at their own guy. It is their own fault. And he's an idiot. The president doesn't approve of asylum cases. The judiciary does. The same judiciary that has been actively working against the president since he took office. This is the basics. Stop lying. And obviously that is correct. I mean, Trump wants to deport all the illegals. This guy was illegal. He didn't get deported. We know who's fighting for them. So here was an interesting twist, an interesting wrinkle that's worth thinking about. This Ranwala Lankantwal, or whatever his name is, the Afghan terrorist who shot the National Guardsman, actually works with the CIA as a member of a partner force in Afghanistan, according to the CIA Director Radcliffe. This is crazy. Again, so that means the CIA absolutely knew about all this stuff. Maybe not this specific incident, maybe yes about this specific incident. But they did know that this dude was around. They knew who he was. They knew he was illegal. They kept him around. Why? Why? Do they actually want this to happen? Are there actually some nefarious organization of retards that kind of secretly want our destruction a little bit? That want this infinite globalization, culturally enriching the world by killing our people? I'm sure all the young girls in England that are victim of grooming gangs feel really enriched right about now. And we're just 10 years away from where England's at, unless we actually turn this clock around and stop this. Now, obviously, the moment this came out, Nick Fuentes, very popular, very right wing streamer guy, he had a pretty wild take. We're not going to watch his entire video, it's about 10 minutes long on this one topic. On the, not just the National Guard topic, he spent like 2 hours on that. But on this one analysis, he spent like 10 minutes, and we're only going to watch about a minute of it. But yeah, obviously, this is the direction he takes it.
Who is this guy? It begs the question, did they put him up to this? If he was being handled by the U.S. military, what is their responsibility in all this? Because you do hear about false flags, and you do hear about these kinds of things.
False flag.
And right now, it is true that there's a lot of chaos and violence in the Middle East.
All right.
It's also true that Israel and the United States have far-reaching geopolitical ambitions there.
Bro, this guy didn't murder 2 National Guards because the United States and Israel have geopolitical ambitions. Okay, I'm just saying, man. Yeah, sure, whatever. That's not why this guy killed 2 National Guards. Like, what are we doing? Literally, what are we doing? I can give you 5 more, way more plausible reasons as to why this guy actually went ahead and did what he did. The endless demonization of these people by the media, talking about how they're going after every brown person in the court. I don't know, the Muslim Brotherhood's 100-year plan of conquering the United States through importing and outbreeding. Maybe he was just a very radical Muslim guy who actually followed the word of his book very literally when it said, strike the kafar at the neck and kill him. I just feel like jumping for the fact that Israel demanded this guy to kill 2 National Guard because of their geopolitical conquest in the Middle East. It's definitely a leap. The reality is, the Biden administration imported 60,000+ people that they knew would cause destruction in our country, and they didn't care. For whatever reason, their strategy was, I don't know, that big game, sure. This individual instance, nightmare world. In fact, this Biden thing was so suspicious. Here was an email obtained by an Nepali character a while back, showing that the Biden administration ordered them to fill a plane with Afghan refugees, even without vetting them. Troops on the ground said they were shocked by Biden's failure to vet these Afghans before bringing them into our country. I think this is treason, to be honest. Like, I'm not trying to get controversial here or anything, but I feel like this is direct treason. You are literally importing 60,000 people without vetting them from a country that hates us, that wants to kill us, whose religion, when taken radically, also directly wants to kill us. All right, like I'm not trying to jump over any heads over here or anything. It literally says in the book, kill the Jews, kill the Christians, conquer the world, and we're like, yo, let's import the most radical form of this religion. Look at this sentence. Total inflow to the U.S. must exceed number of seats available. Error on the side of excess. Literally stuff planes full of unvetted people and bring them in. How is this not treason? Oh my God. Now, as we know, growing fears child brides brought to the U.S. in Afghan evacuation. I mean, why would there be a fear? If children could get married in Afghanistan. Don't we want to enrich ourselves with their culture? That's what I thought. Elderly Afghan families are permitted to evacuate with young girls like they their wives. No, we are being so accepting of their culture. We are importing unvetted 60-year-olds with their 10-year-old wives into America. Sex trafficking. This is just Biden permitted alleged sex trafficking. Like, what are we talking about? It's like you read this and you really wonder what was going through their head. For collaborative versions, State Department to identify any child welfare issues that are identified on the basis of where the Afghani guests are staying. So when we are notified of a case, we look at specific cases for the age of the child. Like the marriage, they're only the children that are married. They're like, all right, so it's longer to protect the married for years already, so we're going to let her in. In order to determine if there's a risk to child safety, what we've experienced case workers for making case by case accommodating. Like, can you imagine the reality by the administration? It's like, all right, so we want to respect their culture, so we're going to let them in with their child violence. This will definitely not impact America at all. Now, I've said for a very, 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 very long time, Some cultures are inferior to other cultures, and the ones that are inferior are not the ones that I want to flood. You know what I'm saying? I know, kind of a hot take. I kind of don't want my neighbor literally be a pedophile, like a literally legalized pedophile, a grandfathered and indoctrinated pedophile.
Homies were available. There's only a game around here. To make it spark those. I don't know what I've heard to get me buzzing. Why do you think it'd be going so fast? I don't even see when they make it. Damn, bro, I'm buffing this shit up. Actually, you was here one day when I made it. Sausage, bacon, and waffles. Actually, what you made me say? No, no,
It's Ryan Reynolds, and I'm here in the North Pole to remind you the holidays are a magical time. It's what I would say if we were a big wireless company making an expensive holiday commercial, but it meant we don't spend millions telling you the holidays are magical, and that's why we can afford to give you Mint Mobile's unlimited wireless for $15 a month. If that's not magic, you tell me what is. A literal magician stage, really? Please stop helping.
This is Pod5, the first fully immersive sleep system. Intelligent, adaptive, effortless. It doesn't replace your bed, it transforms it. Pod5 listens and responds to your needs in real time, adjusting temperature, elevation, and sound while you sleep. Built to give you all-night comfort with an adaptive sleep surface that fits onto any mattress to personalize temperature, so you and your partner sleep just the way you like. Pod 5 features a new hydro-powered blanket that wraps you in full-body immersive tech, giving you double the cooling and heating coverage. No more overheating, slow breakups, bedroom noise. Just deep, uninterrupted sleep. Plus, a base that lifts to automatically ease snoring, shifts to zero gravity to full body restoration, and now features integrated surround sound to help you fall asleep and still asleep longer.
Yeah, especially one that also holds the belief that you could rape non-Muslim children legally. All right, according to their value set systems. All right, which is done by Afghan groups in Germany and in England. So again, I'm not. This is obviously not an every Muslim thing, obviously. But specifically, radicals do believe this. They believe it is perfectly legal, according to their Sharia law, to go ahead and do something like that. I personally don't want that to be my neighbor. I know. It's so racist of me. So racist. Don't want your daughter to get raped by your 60-year-old neighbor. I know it's crazy to even think about this because of the level of racism that I'm exhibiting right now. So this is Joe Biden.
Done so much. So thousands of Afghan families resettled in the United States.
Thanks, bro. Thanks, bro, for importing people that want us dead. Very cool. Thanks, man. Very awesome. So this is Jen Psaki in 2021, right after Biden did that. She was Biden's press secretary, and this was her analysis. And I'm very looking forward to hear her apology.
Talk about this a little bit, as I said, as well. There are, of course, concerns among lawmakers, experts who've tracked this, to say previous arrivals of large numbers of refugees from different parts of the world. But there may be small handful who are eventually deemed a security risk of some kind. What reassurances can you make about the screening process and the attempts to make sure that somebody like that doesn't make his or her way here?
I can absolutely assure you that no one is coming into the United States of America who has not been through a thorough screening and background.
This is what we call a lie.
Background check process. And
did you do a background check on this guy?
There are many individuals, as you noted, who have not been through that process, and they have gone to lily pad countries as that process has been completed. It doesn't mean that that's because there's a flag. It means they have not completed.
Which is why the emails that were literally leaked directly say, "Don't bet them, just stuff the plates full of them."
Did their paperwork?
Again, I've said it before. I'll say it again. But this was a deliberate attempt to conquer our country. Okay, and obviously they will forever vote left. It's almost like you're packing the country with voters to try to vote for you forever. And you don't care about the fact that the population is literally going to implode.
We were working to save tens of thousands of people, hence we evacuated them to these countries.
Thanks, America. Thanks, America, for starting shit and then deciding you need to save all the people that you started shit for. So let's circle back on that. Let's circle back on this one, Jen Psaki. Can we get an apology? Can we get an update? Apparently your vetting wasn't very good. So in 2021, this was Trump. Once again, remember, Trump was not the president at the time. I mean, whether he won the election or not, that's up for debate, but he was not the president at this time. And this is what he had to say in 2021 about the Afghans.
And nobody knows who the hell they are, Sean. These are the interpreters that we took. These were people that rushed into the place. And they were so interested in trying to make it sound like, oh, they're doing a good job. These people, many of these people, are going to be terrorists, okay? They're going to be terrorists.
They called him racist for this. He was right. Many such cases.
They were very powerful. They were very energetic in getting onto the aircraft.
Yeah.
They say they're vetting them very carefully with biometrics and
They're
documentation.
not doing it, and you can't because there is no documentation in that country.
Correct. Wow, he was completely right. That's crazy. I wonder why he won this election. So JD Vance, for the record, this was a shocker. JD Vance made this tweet in 2021 as well. Let's just say, boy's been cooking on this topic for a while.
I see that Senator Ben Sasse went on national TV yesterday and attacked me for suggesting we should focus on getting our own citizens out of Afghanistan rather than the Afghan refugees.
What
They
the
said
hell?
great countries honor their word. Or somebody disagrees with that. It's a ridiculous platitude. The question
What
is
kind
not
of
whether
crap
we
is
honor
Minion
our word.
on?
The question is who we make promises to. Who do we owe an obligation towards?
Yeah.
And to any leader of this country, the obvious answer should be American citizens.
No, what? No. Again, it's like so obvious, but for some reason the other guys don't see it this way.
So let's focus first on getting them out of Afghanistan before we say another word about the Afghan refugees. Now, Senator Sasse also said that he would welcome the Afghan refugees to his neighborhood with open arms. That's very sweet of him. I'm sure a lot of liberals will say
What a lovely guy.
very nice things about him.
All
Because
these liberals are so nice that they decided to open the doors of their neighbors to Afghan refugees. Honestly, what a huge W.
he said that. But the question is not whether we help the Afghan refugees. The question is, first, how do we do it? And second, how do we do it in a way that doesn't destroy our own sovereignty?
True.
So let's have an honest question about what exists in Afghanistan. According to Pew, 40% of the people there believe that blowing yourself up, committing a suicide bombing, is an acceptable way to solve a problem.
Fact check. True. I don't think this is something that we can actually have in our culture. And for the record, this Afghan guy that is probably going to end up dying to his injuries or whatever, that killed these two National Guard, in his mind, he did a wonderful thing. And honestly, I'm sure he's being celebrated
This
right now.
man, cool.
I'm sure he's being celebrated and venerated right now, where a bunch of people, that 40% of Afghans, are telling their children, that guy's a hero. That dude's got heaven in one moment by getting himself killed to kill two Americans. And you know that this is true. You know what I'm saying is true if you've actually followed this culture at all.
So yes, let's help the Afghans who helped us, but let's ensure that we're properly vetting them so that we don't get a bunch of people who believe they should blow themselves up in a mall because somebody looked at their wife the wrong way. That is not real leadership. Real leadership is accepting the trade-offs of the situation, putting our own citizens first, and not dealing with fake platitudes because it gets people in the media to say nice things about you.
And they called him racist for this. And he was completely right. Many such cases. Wow. So JD Vance also decided to tweet out this Fox News. This was back before Tucker Carlson became pro-Islam. Still a shock to me that this happened. But after Tucker Carlson got fired from Fox News, he became pro-Islam.
Someone was saying I shouldn't breathe in their face and they shouldn't breathe in
It's a
my
good thing, and
face.
Sharia law is actually a good thing.
I
you
should
don't-
breathe
Wait, you don't believe
like
you don't
my
know
air
this? Bro,
in
I
their
feel like every
face,
time I say this,
and
a
they
guy in my
shouldn't breathe
comments
their
like,
air in my
"No,
face because they have some type of sickness or some shit.
So yeah, here's
Yeah.
Tucker Carlson talking about why Sharia law is actually a good thing.
But you should know, Seth, that the real danger is Sharia law. Sharia law. And you can tell when you go to a place like Abu Dhabi or Riyadh, like, oh man, I hope we don't ever wind up with a society like this with a rape rate of 0 where you leave your.
For the record, the reason why the rape rate is 0 is because no rapes are reported because nothing's counted as rape. And if you actually rape somebody, then the woman that got raped gets executed for infidelity. So that's why there's a rape rate of 0 because obviously, I mean, no woman is going to come out and claim that she got raped when the punishment of getting raped is death. So yeah, anyway, that's a pretty hot take.
Keys in your Lamborghini and don't ever worry about it being stolen. And if people want to get wasted, they do it at home. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because you would get executed if you, or caned or jailed if you drink in public. But also because there's slave labor there, so therefore you can leave your Lamborghini out there with their keys in the wheel. Yeah, we know. The slaves keep the country operating very nicely.
Yeah, I don't. Oh, I hope we don't wind up with that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that, Sharia law is obviously just a punchline. I don't know that too many people actually believe in the reality of that. And
2 billion Muslims believe in Sharia law. I don't know. I don't even know what the point of this is. Like, unless you're literally just existing to whitewash this stuff.
well, like I said, I'm a lawyer. I actually studied philosophy. Sharia is not that different from other legal codes.
Yeah, except in Sharia, it's illegal to murder Christians. because they're Christians and they believe in Jesus as a divine being, and believing Jesus is divine is blasphemy according to Islam, and that person is far and you have to execute. But anywho, not the point. It's just like any other people vote. So anyway, this is from Carl Snap. By the way, this is the Muslim Brotherhood retweeting Tucker Carlson. I don't know how this keeps happening, man, but something's changed. Anyway, this is Tucker Carlson back in 2021 when during the Afghan invasion that we're dealing with the fallout from right now. So we know a lot of Afghan refugees are coming here. How many exactly? Where are they going? How are they being processed when they get here? We have answers to some of those questions tonight. Here's what we've learned from government sources. Dulles Airport in Ramsey, Washington is a main welcoming site for flights landing at all hours of the day filled with Afghan refugees. As of this morning, just under 3,700 men from Afghanistan have been processed at Dulles. One recent flight landed there with nearly 200 evacuees. Homeland Security officials are currently discussing opening similar sites at other airports around the country. DHS has also been soliciting volunteers to establish processing centers overseas. There are currently 3 of those that are vetting refugees in Bahrain, Qatar, and Germany. The administration is planning to open 4 other overseas processing sites. DHS's goal, it says, is to process 10,000 refugees every day. So they bring in 10,000 a day. Let's get a rich baby. So reach out to DHS for comment on Friday's looks from their said they are working around the clock to ensure individuals are screened against U.S. government databases prior to arriving in the U.S. and upon arrival. The screening is if the government has information that they're about to. That's nearly all the screening they need. The people with no idea the Taliban would take Congo in a weekend what will happen. Their attitudes, while they've been people, are very different from those of most of America. Like Pew found that 99% of Afghan Muslims were enacting Sharia law. This is back to including about Sharia law being enacted in the United States tax amendment. So many Republicans in the Congress have been trouble with this at all. In fact, some of them forced to evacuate Afghans from Kabul will be involved in terms. Citizens out of the country, well, those Republicans not surprising. Is Ben Sass of Nebraska, the city of is right near America. Sass said over the weekend we need to get as many refugees as possible because America hasn't given each one in the state. J.D. Vance couldn't find a point on that. Joining the Senate from Ohio closes tonight to respond. And we actually like in the United States. I'm just glad that the good guys win. It's rare. The good guys win. But you know what happened? God is here. The God's really good at all. Plan. Plan apparently was the bad guys, infinite Monica into attack. That SAS, but there is this kind of motive communication, a certain sort of person uses the communication wrong with explain this. In fact, it's racist, and you don't want infinite people from degenerate cultures to take up to ours. This was back when that was considered racist. You're not allowed to say that. And why it's myself having not putting anywhere to the interest of the country do something they just sort of attempt to seize the moral high ground and lecture you because they have unresolved problems themselves. Well, how do you respond to Ben Sass's language and all difference?
Well, I'm happy to attack Ben Sass, Senator folks will help campaign by the way go to jdvance.com. Ben Sass speaks any violence, there's no substance in what he actually says. So he says that we gave our warrant. We give our warrant too. Where is this contract that says that we have to take tens of thousands of fully vetted Afghan refugees at the height of chaos? The person who made that contract, who signed that contract, would be a terrible negotiator. I know that Donald Trump didn't do it, to Joe Biden do it, to somebody else do it, because we should be really interested in overseas. You know, companies making promises to other people, to other refugees, state people, and ridiculous platitudes because they don't actually mean anything unless there's substance behind it. So the government makes to the American public, so 70,000 people dying from the FDA made that possible. Into America instead of an issue promise. Becoming a value, the entire Biden administration for the people. It feels 50 or 3
I really. It's shocking to me that we survived this. Alright, and freeless. I don't know what's going next. It's great. It's terrible. Like Mark six. Yeah, let's versus 1,000 people that work at it is very likely to kill them. What? I mean, that's something what are you guaranteed by the US government? Any idea? Like, we don't know how good we have. That's why every single person, it's like, oh, I would trade my drill. It's one thing that I really hate. Remember the alternative for just for a second.
I think I've been beating assholes ass the whole time I get
You see 10,000 admins a day into American civilization without really betting it. Stuffing planes full of them. Unironically, like it's in their event, like we'll stuff planes and bring them in. It's terrifying. Also, usually terrifying. And God bless President Donald J. Trump. He saved our country. All right, and basically, I am like the guy. I don't agree with the thing. I don't like the 50-year mortgage idea. All right, I think that she files and better. But the reality, I even don't notice that the Democrats are talking about Epstein and Trump was right, and his inclusion was a hoax in actuality. But the reality is, God bless this thing. The country.
Aunt Edna's housing. But then he knows wrong packing. Does hotels, track prices, search the computer holiday shopping.
So it's on that it just think about this ridiculous politicians. Unfortunately, too many Republicans who say things like, "Well, we want all of these Afghan refugees in our neighborhood." Who really believes that?
Like, dude, it's the thing that you say not to be called racist. It's the thing that you say so that CNN calls you a good boy, so that people on Twitter don't actually decide that they want to harass you. Right? No one believes this. Literally, no one actually believes this. And it's insane to me to think about it. How suicidally empathetic someone needs to be to actually, like, you know what? I would prefer to live among Afghans than, I don't know, my own ethnic group or however I grew up or something like that. Like, it is such a far from reality statement. No one actually believes this.
You cited the Pew Research poll. Another finding from that poll suggests that 40% of Afghan refugees, or excuse me, 40% of Afghans believe that suicide bombing is a reasonable way to solve a problem. Who wants people like that in their community? Of course, 60% of Afghan.
It's like, listen, all people are just people. Don't be racist. All cultures are the same. All people are people. Yes, statistically, these people would literally blow themselves up if they means they can kill you. Yes, they believe in industrialized child rape. But I really don't think it's going to make a difference. Why are you judging them? Why are you judging them?
And don't believe that, but when you're not vetting people properly, you're going to get a lot of bad people in your communities. So let's just be honest about the fact that if we want to be a real country, we need to make sure that good people are coming into this country. There are ways to help the Afghans who really did help our military without sending tens of thousands of unvetted people into our country. And the fact that our politicians aren't honest about that trade-off suggests they're either hiding something.
We're literally being overrun by hooligans. I don't know if anyone's been paying attention to politics throughout the United States lately. But from New York to Minnesota to Dearborn, Michigan, bro, now in Washington, bro.
Or they're just stupid. Either way, it's not very good.
but I don't want to be called a racist, so therefore I'm going to open the floodgates to the orcs. Yeah, thanks, very cool.
Well, they don't care about the details because they don't care about the country. That's, I think, the answer. If you treat your kid,
I miss this Tucker Carlson.
it's like this, and sort of anyone could share their bedroom, your kids would know you don't really love them. And I think that we should take that same lesson. JD Van.
All right, if you don't want your child to get married by a 60-year-old Afghan, I personally don't think we should be importing infinite people from that culture. On an individual level, I'm sure a lot of them are very nice. Culturally speaking, I don't want infinite Afghans in my neighborhood. I just don't, actually. So, if you remember, in 2021, Mayorkas has admitted that the 60,000 Afghans brought into the country after botched withdrawal were not given in-person vetting interviews. Now, this is where the scam really gets heavy. So they imported people that want us dead, but the real twist is they say they vetted them, but in reality, well, they vetted them a lot like how kids had school during COVID. Not in-person vetting, and also not very successful vetting.
The standard procedure is an in-person interview for refugees or visa applicants. Now, you've testified.
This is how it works. You say, sir, it says according to these stats, 40% of you would believe that you would blow yourself up if it means you can take some of us with you. Do you actually believe that? No, not at all. Not at all. I would never do anything like it. No. I don't even know what accent that was, I'll be real. It was like a mix between my Canadian and Scottish accents. Two different areas completely overrun by people due to suicidal empathy. Congratulations, you've fallen. America's the last bastion of freedom out here. But the reality is, no, me? Blow myself? I would never blow myself. I would never blow myself. Okay, you hear me? You hear me? That's why I have a 10-year-old wife to blow me instead. I would never blow myself. That's what he probably said. They stand his fat court and let him in. Very cool.
Right? That you're not doing those interviews.
Not at all.
They're not happening.
You are correct that we are not conducting in-person full refugee interviews of 100% of the individual.
What percentage are you conducting?
I don't have that information.
What number have been interviewed?
What we are doing.
Wait. What number of the more than 60,000 brought to the country? What number have received an in-person interview before they came to the country? Because you said 100% are screened. So what percentage have been given an actual interview by a trained official before they come to the country?
When you're speaking of a full refugee-like interview, I don't have that data.
By the way, are you following what's happening to people who've been brought to this country? On September 19th, a female U.S. service member was assaulted by a group of male Afghan evacuees housed.
Well, why would that happen? I thought that the moment they crossed the American borders, suddenly they become instantly assimilated into American culture. It's not like they would take their relatively backwards perspective on the abuse of women and introduce that into our society. I was literally told that they would leave all of the woman abuse in their own country and then come here and then poof, become modern, amazing and moderate American citizens. That's what I heard.
At Fort Bliss. September 5th, a report from your office, DHS, from the U.S. officials at intake centers in Wisconsin identified numerous incidents in which Afghan girls have been presented to authorities as the underage wives of much older men. Other reports.
Yeah, I don't know who actually thought it was like, well, listen, in their culture they rape children, so we can bring them in with their child wives. I see no issue with that. I mean, to be fair, look, who am I to judge their culture? You know what I'm saying? Like those 10-year-olds are getting culturally enriched, and it's very important that their enrichment should happen overseas as well.
Of assaults and rapes by Afghan men for Afghan girls. These are some of the folks who have been brought here because they haven't been.
Yeah, does that sound like screened and vetting to you? It's like we vetted these people. They've already raped a bunch of women and children, but we vetted them.
Screened because you haven't conducted interviews. Don't you think that's a problem?
There are two things that can happen. They can be criminally prosecuted depending on the reason for their violation.
Mr. Secretary, my time's expired. I've got to turn it over to other senators. I just want to say the fact that you are not conducting the most standard interviews for tens of thousands of people brought to this country is astounding to me. And it seems to me you've not learned the most basic lessons that we learned on 9/11 since then. And the security risk is unbelievable. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, yeah, now 2 people are dead because of it. Aside from who knows how many were, raped or brutalized in other fashions. At least two. This dude needs to be in jail, man. I don't even like. How is this not treason? Like literally importing tens of thousands of people into our country. Like, bro, fight them over there so we don't fight them over here. And then we just import tens of thousands of orcs into the Shire without orcs. If mayhaps those orcs have not acclimated to Western civilization. Mayhaps. So this is Charlie Kirk in 2021. God rest his soul. This was Charlie Kirk in 2021 talking about this.
President Joe Biden's Department of Defense will accept 30,000 Afghan refugees into military installations following the collapse of Kabul. Cool. Political transformation. Let the country crumble. Do you know there's 5 million displaced people in Afghanistan now? This was all intentional. Joe Biden let it fall apart to now say, oh, I'm so sorry. I guarantee you Joe Biden's speech this afternoon will talk about refugee assistance and relocation support.
Yeah, he does.
Joe Biden's going to be scrambling to make good on it, and the liberal media will love it. They'll say, oh, yes, okay, now I get it. Joe Biden is now fixing his own problem. Joe Biden is stepping up, and he's allowing a flow of people in the Middle East into America. Thank you, Joe Biden. You're such a hero, so benevolent, you're so respectful, you're so compassionate. Do you see what's going on here? What's going on here is Joe Biden wants a couple 100,000 more Elon Omars to come into America.
It's crazy how like on the nose he was. And it's crazy how correct this entire analysis is. Yes, destabilize a bunch of countries, import infinite people from those countries, completely and utterly own and buy through votes a democracy. This is how democracy crumbles when you just import infinite voters to vote for you forever. Like this is like a hostile takeover. So this guy tweeted, Bill Kristol. All right, Bill Kristol, leftoid, obviously extraordinaire. Almost every Afghan refugee will turn out to be so much better American than Charlie Kirk. Wow, well that aged really well. Charlie Kirk was murdered. Charlie Kirk was an innocent man that was murdered. And these Afghan refugees are murderers. Not all of them, obviously, but some of them. 6 months ago, an Egyptian national firebombed a vigil of Jews in Boulder, Colorado, after screaming, "Free Palestine" and "Allahu Akbar." Tonight, Afghani national guns down 2 National Guardsmen after screaming, "Allahu Akbar." People are really waking up to a very obvious issue that's kind of really growing in our country. And this is what Trump had to say after all of that. After all that happened yesterday, this is what Trump had to say.
We're not going to put up with these kind of assaults on law and order by people who shouldn't even be in our country. We must now re-examine every single alien who has entered our country from Afghanistan under Biden, and we must take all necessary measures to ensure the removal of any alien from any country who does not belong here or add benefit to our country. If they can't love our country, we don't want them.
Base! Gloves are off. Trump is done. Trump is done with this. Honestly, I think this radicalized Trump. And I pray that Trump decided to use this as a fire lit under his purpose to absolutely go draconian on this situation. Because the leftoids, they're going to cuck you at every turn. You have to fight back on this very asymmetric playing field that they have created. All right? They are trying to incite violence against federal officers. Jail them. All right? They're obstructing justice, trying to help illegals get away from ICE. Jail them. They're talking about telling their soldiers not to follow your orders because, they call you a Nazi or whatever. Treason. Jail them. All right? We need to actually do things. Otherwise, we're going to get completely and utterly overrun and overwhelmed. The age of men does not die this day. The age of the orc is not starting this day. Deport the orcs from the Shire. They can call you racist, but they can't call you a liar.
Producers, Output is having the biggest sale ever, and everything is up to 50% off. If you've been waiting for the right time to buy, it's now. Get up to 50% off of
Okay, I'm just gonna sort of throw this out there. I love
coming to Arizona. I love visiting all the different parts. I was just in Tucson and everything. I will say though, as a state, y'all got to decide which of the restaurants are just fronts. Like just absolutely not a business at all. I was in Tucson and we walked into a restaurant that they looked very surprised we could walk in. It seemed we walk in and not only are there not any other customers, it's three people that are towards the back, towards the kitchen. Not in the kitchen, like outside the kitchen at the last booth, just counting money. If you run a business, your eyes should never be wide when you see a customer. We walk in, everybody, oh, just looking caught. I was with Dave. Dave was like, "Are y'all open?" And in my head, I was like, "If you have to ask." And they were like, first of all, if you open, just say yes. This is crazy. They were like, yeah, sit anywhere. Why are you saying it like you just thought of that? Like, we sit down, and one of them walks up. We never see the other two again. And one of them walks up, and he got one menu. He was like, "Hey, yeah, I mean, get whatever you want." And then he is gone for a while. He's gone, and like you could tell, he was talking to the other ones, but so everybody whispering, but they're doing the loudest whispering I've heard in a long time. They're doing that panic whispering because there's whispering where there's like, and then there's the whispering they were doing. It's like, and finally comes back up and say, "Hey, you decided on anything?" And I was like, "Yeah, could we get some guacamole?" And he was like, and then he left, and he was gone. He was gone for way longer than it takes to school guacamole. Like, I'm not complaining. I'm just noticing. I was like, all right, he already left us for quite a while after he gave us a million, and now he's been gone for way longer. And then I see him because in my head I'm like, oh, maybe they're making the guacamole. Maybe they're making it from scratch. Maybe it's one of those places. And sure enough, I see him walk out of the kitchen with a big old metal bowl. You could hear him stirring the bowl and everything. Stirring. And I think he's about to walk to our table, and he doesn't at all. This man walks out of the kitchen, is stirring the bowl, then walks up to the bar and grabs some salt from the bar and started shaking it in the bowl. And I was like, your kitchen doesn't have salt? Seemed like salt would be the first thing in the kitchen. The only way that could have been worse is if he had walked up to my table and grabbed the salt. Then he went back to the kitchen. I guess kept stirring. It was a while. It was one of those things where I just started contemplating about how long it really takes to make guacamole. I'm like, in my head, I'm like, would I have made it faster at home? It feels like this restaurant was such a front that when we ordered the guacamole, he went to the back and he was like, listen, I made a list. You gotta go to the grocery store right now. I get 2 avocados, get 1 onion, 1 tomato, a little bit of pepper. Where's the salt? He finally brought out the guacamole, and it was funny the way he did it because he clearly made the guacamole, then slid it all into a cup, shook the cup real hard, and then put it down upside down because it was like a tower of guacamole. It was an upside down cup of guacamole on the plate with the chips all around. And like this just me noticing. I'm really not complaining, but it wasn't enough chips. It was clearly whatever chips were in the bag that was in the bag. Because it wasn't the amount of chips you would need to finish this cup of guacamole stacked upside down. And the chips were interesting. They all had different consistency and everything. At a certain point, here's the thing about a chip for me. When I dip a chip in guacamole, just give it some strength. I hate to dip into guacamole and have it snap in front of me, and then I look crazy. I look like I don't know how to eat. Making me look greedy just because your chip doesn't have strong corners. So take the chip, scoop some out, doesn't snap, already a good sign. And guacamole was actually phenomenal. It was it was really, really good. It was crazy. And so he was gone for a while, and then he comes back up like 10 minutes later, and he's like, "How is it?" And we were complimenting like, "This is actually really good." And we shouldn't have said actually, but under the circumstance, yeah, it just under the circumstance, they look surprised to see us. So how are we supposed to know the guacamole would be good? You look like you didn't plan on making any today. And we're like, it's actually phenomenal. This is really, really good. And he was like, "Thanks, man. Wow, thank you." And I was like, "Wait, what? Why you really needed to hear that right now? It was great." It's like, "Yeah, man, just thank you. Thank you, dog. We appreciate it. Did y'all want to order something else? I will let you know before y'all order any cooked food. Our chef did leave, all right? I don't know when he's gonna be back." It's like, all right, yeah, I guess y'all are a regular restaurant. That's fair enough. Oh, there's that, and then there's, especially when we were in Tucson. Tucson, it felt like everybody was kind of trying to be healthy. There was so many like salad bowl places, but then there was an ice cream store next to every salad bowl place. It's the most ice cream stores per capita. Why? There were ice cream stores across the street from each other, like rivals. And then while we were deciding where we were gonna eat, after we didn't eat, this dude on a scooter, and he took a spill, right? He was on a scooter, and I don't know. I've never been a fan of these like bird scooters. These like the one that you could just as a pedestrian hop on and ruin your life. You know what I'm talking about. You know the scooter that's just parked. You know you're stealing it. Like if it didn't take your phone to unlock it, you'd be like, "This is a crime I'm doing right now." And the throttle, how is it built? Remember those scooters from when we were little that just had the brake on the very end of the back wheel? It's somehow that scooter mixed with the throttle from a motorcycle. Because why did they make them go so fast? You got people driving next to cars on the scooter or just murdering pedestrians. Because there's no tutorial. Credit card, you could just become a bullet. It's tracking. There's no video to watch or anything. You can get on the road. I'm gonna say some things that are a bit conflicted in nature, at least. Like we saw a guy take a spill on one of these scooters, because why wouldn't you, right? And the way this man crashed didn't make any physical sense because he definitely crashed and like went over the handlebars, right? But by the time we turned and saw him, do you remember Planking? This man did a mix of planking and a stop motion music video because he didn't just slide up to us on the ground. He really like his whole body kept trying to stop on the pavement. That hurt. Glasses flew forward, flew off his head. Glasses weren't done flying. I don't know what I said. I was like, "Oh my gosh!" Like, and I don't know. I wish I was a hero. I was one of those type of people that like springs into action. That's not who I am at all. I just kept standing there like, ooh, ooh. Wow. I mean, you look hurt. It's not good at all. It's not right what I did. And I didn't mean to do anything. And I didn't do anything to hell. Whoa. It was my buddy. My buddy picked up his glasses, walked up to him, and was like, "Hey, are you okay?" You know. And this is the thing, as men, like just as guys, right? For real, just it's okay to be hurt. I don't mean that in some sort of like metaphorical. I mean, like if you get hurt, it is all right to be like, "Ow." Because we basically watched this man die. But then when we asked him if he was okay, after he got done sliding, and he realized what we saw, but we were like, "Are you all right?" This man in front of us just started doing push-ups. Dog, no, no, no. You're not gonna convince us that this was part of the plan. That's a man. Only a man could like do something like only a man could like rent a car, fly out the windshield, wrap himself around the tree, and then grab the branch and be like, "What?" In what world? You must be out of your mind.
Jack Daniels starts here. From cave spring water to sugar maple charcoal to smooth Tennessee whiskey. Made by those who pour everything into their craft. That's what makes Jack, Jack.
Hey, Ryan Reynolds here. Wishing you a very happy half off holiday because right now Mint Mobile is offering you to get 50% off unlimited, which our set decorator, well, took pretty literally. To be clear, that's half price, not half the service. Mint is still premium, unlimited wireless for a great price. We're festive, we're not reckless. So that means that half day. Yeah. Yeah, you go, yeah. Okay, leaving. Nobody's stopping me.
All right, we just take out those 5 baddies real quick and we can all go home and enjoy a nice hot cup of tea. Whoa, you guys see? Oh my God, how are we going to take care of that? All right, we're definitely going to need a tower. Got to spend the money. Ooh, that helps. That helps a lot. But wait, we got a big boy over there. Are we strong enough? No, we're going to need another tower. Got to spend another 10 points for that tower. All right, come on. You got to be strong. We got to be strong. He's so close. Oh my God. We took care of him. Let's do some cleanup. Oh, but we got a couple more bad guys down there. We need more towers. Oh my God. And King Shot enemies are invading from every direction. You have to build your defense, upgrade towers, and keep your kingdom safe. No ads or pop-ups that annoy you every 30 seconds. Just pure fun and strategy.
And then handed him his glasses. He was about to leave his glasses. He was about to get back on this because here's the thing. This is one thing that I can say I relate to with my man here. When I fall, I also want to make sure that I never see the people who saw me fall again. When I fall, if I fall in front of you, it's either me or you. I gotta kill you now, and I hate that. But one of us has to go. This is too embarrassing. And so my man was about to drive off on the scooter he just fell from. I assume he needs glasses if he's wearing glasses. This man was about to get back off the scooter blind and drive off just to not be in front of us anymore. And my buddy walks up, hands his glasses back to him, and he's like, "Yeah, that thing got me. Just got me." My was like, "The car?" Yeah, to do that, like, you gotta really pick street or sidewalk. The curb is kind of the only thing keeping those two apart. And then we noticed, like, he actually, from all the sliding, he actually did scrape his chin pretty hard. So his chin was bleeding a bit. My buddy even says, like, you're, you're bleeding. Right? And then he goes, "I know." No, you can't out tough blood. Was insane. I've been having a great time in Arizona. It's been very fun. Can I tell you?
Can't out tough blood.
It has been cracking me up. Apparently, it looks like Marjorie Taylor Greene is going to step down in January, right? Look, y'all cheer, but that means there's room for somebody crazier. That's so wild. What? Next person shows up. They're like, "Oh, maybe not too." Because this is my thing. It is very funny to me that it took this little resistance for Marjorie Taylor Greene to be like, "You know what? I'm out of here." I don't know. I don't know. The rumor is that Marjorie Taylor Greene wanted to run for Senate, and Trump said he wouldn't support her for Senate, that he only support if she stayed in her House position. Now, I don't know if that's because of the fact that they need the numbers where they are, or because he doesn't believe that she could win the entire state. Whatever it is, he told her no. And he, and then something changed. He told her no, and then something changed between them. You know what I mean? Like she was like, "I think I want to go to the Senate," and Trump said no, and then she was like, "Oh my God, you're in the Epstein files." Like, pretty crazy. Because she has been like she's been attacked with all the addictive nature of somebody who wanted something and didn't get it. You know what I mean? Because now she won't like fully come out against him and say like, "Oh, you are covering up. You specifically." She keeps acting confused. I don't know why. No, no, no. If you ever date anybody like Mark Taylor Greene, you already know the tactic. Isn't that weird? I think it's kind of funny how like isn't that crazy that he just like won't release the Epstein file? Like, and I'm not even saying he did anything. I'm just saying, isn't it crazy that it kind of looks like that because he's like protesting too much? No, no. Then it came to a head. Then Trump attacked her back and everything. Y'all saw this woman's crazy. It's what a lot of people say about their exes. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, I can't believe she's a lunatic. And then she was like, "Oh, I'm crazy." That's the thing about calling somebody crazy who might actually be crazy. They always They never take it well, but they take it better than you think they're gonna take it. They have a crazy reaction to it. It's like, oh, I'm crazy, fine. It's like, what does that mean? And then she just kept going. She just kept, beating that Epstein drum. He kept coming after her. Then he called her a traitor. Who would have thought that traitor hurt more than crazy? Jeremy, this man was calling her a lunatic, calling her every type of out of her name, out of your mind thing you could say about a person. And then he finally said she was a traitor, and she was like, whoa. I didn't know the gloves were off. That was crazy. Because then she had a press conference. This is ooh. She had a press conference. And then behind her were a bunch of Epstein survivors. Yeah, like a bunch of women who were like, no, we've publicly been calling for the release of Epstein files forever. And then Marjorie standing right in front of them. Got the microphones way too high. They should have given her a stool or something. That was you don't even like her, and that wasn't fair. That was if she's the shortest person that's ever lived, why would they do that? It's insane that they even let the just one step stool would have fixed that whole situation. They let her walk up. Who knows? Maybe they tried to help her. Maybe they did. Maybe they were like, you really should, to get to the lectern, you should probably have a little steps do something like that. She was like, now the truth will make me tall. I'm sure she said something like that. And then she got up there. Now she got to talk up. Man, the president. The president called me a traitor. Anytime you talk under the mic, you do sound like a munchkin. Like it's like the president called me a traitor. Let me tell you what a traitor is. I was really trying to take her serious the whole time. You even saw the women behind her be like, oh. And she almost, ooh, there was a moment. Look, maybe it's wishful thinking on my part. I'm willing to admit that. But there was a moment where I could swear she almost said president. You know what I mean? Like there's a moment in the she's alluding. She doesn't say it. She still doesn't quite say it. But she's over here. A traitor is is someone that sells this country out in billions of dollars to Argentina. Like Margie, just say his name. Who else did that? You know what I mean? That's like when you live with a girlfriend and like somebody didn't take out the trash last night. Well, it's only two of us here, so if you're not saying it's you, why don't you just call me out then? Oh, and then she said she's stepping down in January. Okay. All right. Yeah. It's weird. It's weird. It is because it's like she did like I will say. So I'm trying to figure out how to put this. She did undergo a lot of harsh treatment from people based on Trump attacking her. Like when Trump attacked her, a lot of like MAGA itself seems to turn on her in a way that I'm just saying this as a spectator, not taking any sides, I'm just saying it does seem a little weird and unfair that you attack her now when she's like, how about we release the Epstein files? She's getting all sorts of threats and everything, all sorts of attacks and stuff. And then she went on CNN trying to, I guess, do like some sort of like image rehabilitation or something like that. And she gets on there and she's like, I'm sorry for the toxic politics that I've been a part of. And I'm pretty sure it was Dana Bash. Dana Bash over here like, all right, well, I have a list to go through. We're not just gonna let you keep it vague like that. Like, do you like? And I'm sorry for like the toxic politics I've engaged in. What do you mean? That's most of what you did. Like, that would be like Jeffrey Dahmer coming out and being like, "I'm sorry for the bites I took." Like, whoa, you are grossly understating your impact on the community. This is wild. Then she just started going down the list. Like, are you sorry for when you liked a bunch of tweets about putting people to death? And it's like, you know what? I would love to move forward. I already deleted a lot of those tweets. And yeah, it was wild. Yeah. It was very funny to watch to me because I was like, all right, look, maybe she's like changing, or maybe she just really wants that Senate seat. Like maybe she's really upset that that Senate seat's not going to happen. And then she's asked about that. It's like I'm hearing that some of your break from Trump wasn't necessarily a change in ideology. It was the fact that you wanted to run for Senate, and he said no. And then she was like, "That's absolutely untrue."
Brownie rinse like stubborn oats in just one wash.
Yes. Before Orange Theory, I was treating everyone's health except my own. But not anymore. I was burning fat, building muscle. I didn't even know I could have biceps and abs. Now I'm living proof of what's possible. Book a free class at orangetheory.com.
Don't let your vacation rental and it's cool. Be invisible. Get seen, get booked on Booking.com.
As long as donuts were made into rings, middles were tossed for more popular names. But one day, when the air smelled like pine, a voice said, "Hey, this one's mine." Dunkin' Munchkin is so small, we're suddenly the best bites of all. The holidays run on Dunkin' Munchkins.
I haven't even talked to the president about that. And then she talks about how she's been getting all these threats and everything. And look, I will say, nobody should be getting like threats online or any of that stuff. Like sometimes it happens to somebody that's not a particularly good person, so you do care a bit less. But overall, overall, no matter who it happens to, the whole idea of being better than the idea of doing something is you actually have to be better. You know what I mean? If you're on the side that's better, you have to be better, you have to act better, and sometimes that just means like not engaging in the thing. You don't. It shouldn't be a race to the bottom. And it is wild that people talk about like a violent, radical left all the time, but somebody just sort of like sit the right on Marjorie Taylor Greene, and she was like, "Yeah, I think I'm good. I don't know. These people have guns. I mean, and it does just blow my mind. That like really took me aback. The irony there, you know? Like when okay, I didn't know this dude personally, but there was a there was the story that I was told when I was living in Chicago about this dude that basically, all right, this should make you laugh because I'm glad it didn't happen to me. But there was a guy in Chicago. I used to live in Rogers Park, and there was a dude apparently in like Edgewater area, which is a little bit south of where I live, that would he would rob people, right? And the way he robbed people is he just had like 3 rocks and a sock, and he would just and it is, I don't know, it's like that's terrifying. That's just, I don't know. I'm not saying a gun would be better, but a gun would be conventional. You know, like is an upsetting idea that you could be robbed in a sort of David Goliath type situation. Yeah. Nobody prepares for that. Like, you know what I mean? If somebody has a knife, you like, no, okay, they mean business, right? If somebody got 3 rocks and a sock, you like, are they serious? And so he would rob people, right? And he did this like off and on in the area for like a month and a half. Like people would just talk about. I used to work at a grocery store that was like in that area, so people would just be talking about it at work and everything. And then finally, um, there was one day he tried to rob somebody. Rocks in his sock, but they had a shovel. Apparently, they hit him with a shovel and took 5 wallets off of him. That's a version of what Marjorie Taylor Greene must be going through. You know what I mean? It's like she did all this stuff for so long, and now finally she the one getting threats, and she's like, "These people are cool." It's really upsetting stuff. Oh no, yeah, I don't even know where she'll go after this. Because a lot of people move from government to like the private sector. They do a lot of speaking engagements and stuff like that. They do a lot. I don't know. I really don't. Yeah, I mean, who's gonna hire Martin Green for a speaking engagement? I mean, I'm sure there's organizations out there that are like, yeah, go up there and tell them how everybody's a lizard. Go ahead.
Well, you have to understand about the lizard people that they have and wear skin just like ours. They walk amongst us.
No, and also I've been trying my best to improve. I've been trying to like work out and stuff. I feel like some of my friends that have worked out have seen progress, and I was like, I would like some progress. So I started working out, but nobody tells you, man. Nobody tells you that working out should be something I do more often or not at all. Like it's crazy because you'll want to. I used to want to get big. I used to want to be like a big guy. Every year I have hope. Hope is a hell of a drug. Every year I got hope I'm gonna turn all around this year, And it's like I'm gonna be like a bigger dude. And it's not. I don't know. I'm not saying it's not gonna happen. As I'm gonna stop trying. I'm saying it's not gonna happen. As in I'm like I have to accept that I'm done growing. So whatever I do from here on out is just gonna be more horizontal than vertical. So it's like even if I got big now, that'd be bad. I didn't get tall. I'm not tall. So then I would just be wide. So then and a wide muscular guy is on no one's list. There's no one that's I can't wait to get to that stout fit man. I love that build of the guy who looked like he worked out for the circus. I love that. It's never been said by anybody. Because you wouldn't even, if you got really fit, but you were like still, I don't know, like regular height to short. It is funny when you're regular height. Like apparently I'm regular height. I didn't even check. Somebody just told me that, but they weren't told. They did tell me that when I was having a bad day, so it might not even be true. Like it's. I wasn't even bummed out about my height. I was having a bad day. They were like, "You regular height?" And I was like, "That's a weird thing to bring up." But there's no, it just, as a man, there's no way to be regular height. You're short. Because when you even say I'm regular height, that's a short thing to say. Do you know how Liv screaming I'm regular? You look like you lost 6 inches right there. Stand it up with your back, because you got your back straight so that you get all of your high credit. You know what I mean? You got your back. Are you mad too? Anytime you get mad, but you gotta look up a little.
Dumb retarded bitch that recorded somebody in their house naked on DoorDash, and instead of going to police about being sexually assaulted, she decided instead of that she was going to go and go out to the public and post this guy naked on his sofa in his own house to the world. The police don't care. TikTok banned her, and she also got arrested for 2 charges because of this. And now it seems like TikTok is deleting it too.
Police are doing nothing.
Girl, I bet she wishes they were doing nothing right now because now we have Austin's statement from the police. I got a fresh blowout, new pajamas. Let's get into it. I've got the statement. This comes from Stephanie, the attorney. Let's read. So if you recall, the incident happened on October 12th. Austin gives a statement to the Oswego police on October 23rd. It's important to know why there's a gap. We're going to find out.
Yeah.
He said on October 12th, I was drunk and apparently ordered DoorDash to my residence. I don't remember ordering DoorDash, but there you go. And he apparently fell asleep on the couch
I believe him.
afterwards. He states he was naked from the waist down, but had a shirt on. He said when he woke up, he received a notification from DoorDash, and in the background.
Well, at the end of the day, you couldn't see his dick. All right? You couldn't see his dick. Yeah, he wasn't wearing any clothes. But let's not act like something horrible happened here.
The photo, it showed him asleep with his genitals out.
Right.
If we recall, the next morning is when the police initially questioned him, and he apologized and said that's not like him. And now why there's a gap, because a week later he opened TikTok and saw himself on her account.
Oh.
The video was a video that DoorDasher took of him with 28.8 million views, and it was Olivia's account, which was his DoorDasher. It made him feel unsafe, humiliated, all those things. And she also posted his first name and his street number. Then it
Damn, bro. So this stupid bitch is doxing too? They gotta crucify. They gotta do that.
This line is just him saying, I did not give her permission to do this, and I want to press any and all charges.
Yes! He should sort of GoFundMe. I'd donate.
And this was filed October 23rd. So more than 12 days after the initial incident happened.
Yes.
And if we recall, she wasn't arrested for.
Again, we are our goal. Again, the goal. What is the goal? Total Karen obliteration. That is the goal. Every single one.
More than a week later, because there had to be an investigation done.
Yes.
And now Olivia, aka IRL Monster Hideout, is facing 2 felony charges. Unlawful surveillance, and then the dissemination of that surveillance, which was putting the video here on the internet.
Yeah.
So it sounds like nobody knew about this video. She didn't admit it in her initial police report. She didn't admit.
Oh, she didn't. So. Oh, she didn't show that. Wait, so she filed a police report, but she didn't show the video of it happening? Yeah, probably because the video wasn't bad enough. She knew what she was doing.
And nobody knew until he saw it, and then he filed a police report, which I think was very smart on his part. Instead of jumping on TikTok like everybody's like, where is he to defend himself? Yo, this isn't real life. Out there is real life. He did the right thing.
So she pulled a Casey trunk. That's funny. That's really funny. What are the odds of that?
And again, all this comes from Stephanie. Guys, go follow
That's
her.
hilarious.
She's a phenomenal attorney in New York, where this is actually happening.
Wow.
Let's hear it in the comments. If there's still an Olivia defender out there, I want to hear from you, because y'all are still sliding in my DMs. That's the only place y'all are. I'm not seeing y'all comments. Y'all are like in my DMs, like I'm a terrible person. No, I'm just bringing the facts. This is ridiculous. Okay, good night.
DM me instead. You cry to me instead. You want to crash out? You want to get mad? Cry to me instead. That way I can use you for content. I love this story.
Just fired.
This TikTok DoorDash driver just went from viral victim to felony defendant after she came on.
Violent victim to felony defendant. Oh, wow. How does that happen?
Saying that she was essayed on the job, and now she's facing years in prison for a video that she posted herself.
3 days ago, October 12th, 2025, I was a victim of SA by a DoorDash customer while I was doing my job as a DoorDash driver. The DoorDash customer requested that their order be left at their front door. Their front door was wide open. Their lights were on. They were sleeping on the couch within eyesight of the front door with their pants and underwear without their heels, and they were indecently exposed to me.
Well, as it turns out, that's not exactly what happened. If you need a
it's too bad,
a viral like victim story can flip upside down, this is it. Because this video was posted in mid-October by Olivia.
By the way, this girl that did this is the kind of stuff that makes people not believe girls that come out with stories of sexual assault is disgusting, weird parasites like this. Like, this girl was made to dig potatoes out of the ground and, fucking not even know how to read. And it is a true crime against humanity that she was given a computer. It's like giving a monkey an AK-47. You're not helping the monkey. He doesn't need that.
Henderson or IRL Monster Hideout on TikTok. And she went viral
That's the way it
as
is.
a DoorDash driver who claimed that she
That's
was
how it is.
essayed on the job. And now,
Worship
as of
the
last
sun,
week,
yeah.
she's been arrested, charged with 2 felonies, and could be facing years in prison. And depending on who you ask, she's either a woman who reported a traumatic event or someone who turned a drunk sleeping customer into content and then lied about it for clout.
Well, she obviously lied about it. Like, yeah.
To DoorDash, and DoorDash did ban the customer, and then 2 days later, DoorDash banned me, which doesn't seem unrelated. They didn't even provide.
If I was DoorDash, I would have done that exact same thing. I would have said, "Oh, okay, this is a problem. All right, everybody involved is banned. Everybody's fired. Everybody's banned."
Me a reason for my deactivation. They're
Yeah.
supposed to send an email. They didn't. And within
Don't.
12 hours afterward, they had already denied my appeal.
Go to
DoorDash
Uber Eats.
deactivated me. DoorDash punished me for exposing my assaulter. And TikTok is currently punishing me for exposing my story.
I really hope she gets sent to jail. I think the probability of that is so low, but hopefully all of the court fees and everything like that will be enough of a punishment. I can't wait to see this get worse.
I also reported this to the police, and the police are doing nothing. I was assaulted. I lost my job. I'm the victim.
Yeesh. So,
Yeah, true.
this. It's a new dawn. It's a new day. It's a new life for me. And I'm feeling good. Vacations. Never be the same. Welcome to the 4 parks of Universal Orlando Resort.
Preference by L'Oreal Paris. Radiant salon quality color that lasts up to 9 weeks.
This looks like to work on a Sunday.
Does it though? How about dogs? Ever I paid Manny? It's quitting time.
Anything for Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL.
The whole thing starts back in October 20th in Oswego, New York. Olivia was delivering an order from DoorDash, and according to her, the customer had asked for the food to be left at the front door. She said that she walked up to the house and found the front door wide open, lights on, and the customer lying on his couch with his pants and underwear pulled down to his ankles. She described him as fully exposed and said that she'd been put in danger simply by doing her job. Now, obviously, that's not an ideal situation to witness on the job, but it could also be.
That's one way to say it.
Explained as a guy who got super drunk, ordered some Wendy's, and then passed out before it got there. Not a great look, but
I mean, if I was DoorDash and I had a person report that a guy did that, I'd ban the guy too. Like, I don't think DoorDash did anything wrong. Like, again, like, you don't know whether she opened the door or not. Like, basically, like, it was kind of dumb that he did that. But if the door wasn't open, then she is 100% in the wrong. And if the door was open, she's only 90% in the wrong.
I think it's illegal to do that, especially because he was in his own house and he wanted the order at his front door.
Yeah.
But more on that later. So, in her first series of videos, she told the story with the tone of someone who's still shaking from what happened. She said everything was caught on camera. She also said that she didn't want this to happen to any other women, which is why she came forward with this story on TikTok. And with the video, she also reported this to DoorDash and the police. And her initial post grabbed more than 22 million views for a brief moment. And TikTok seemed ready to rally around her. But that didn't last slump because within days, TikTok removed her video for violating community guidelines, and the talk around her started changing because she posted more videos saying that TikTok kept trying to silence her. And then she said that DoorDash fired her for reporting an incident, and she said the police were punished.
I can't wait because this is the beginning. This is what I think is funny. This is the beginning of her spiral. She might not know it yet, but this is the beginning of the end.
Her instead of helping her.
Yep.
See, that seems odd when three entities are suddenly going against her at once.
So everybody thinks that she's retarded. The police think she's retarded. DoorDash thinks she's retarded. TikTok thinks she's retarded. Huh.
What's going on? One of the
Wow.
biggest points in chaos in this entire story is the debate over whether Olivia actually walked up to an already open door or pushed it open herself. In the first video, she insisted the door was actually wide open when she arrived, meaning the guy on purpose left his door open for her. Thus, as she claims, he left himself exposed for her to see. But pretty fast,
Right.
other creators started putting out screenshots that showed that she had quietly deleted an earlier version of that video, one that showed her nudging the door open before panning to the sleeping guy on the couch. And the original clip was deleted, but I don't think this has anything to do with TikTok silencing her here, because she posted a video of a dude laying there exposed on his couch in his own house, and she posted
Well,
it
and
for
it's
millions of.
It's also that they have a rule against nudity. So if you're posting a guy that's nude, you broke the rules.
Stuff behind the lady. Huh? That was my last save. I saved my game behind the lady inside of Pokemon Center. That Pokemon on me. I don't know what I was doing. Normally, when you go for a Pokemon Center, the first person you go to is that short. Actually, I saw the everybody first if I'm new to the game. And I'm no, I've been to the city. I was training. I was in the city. And I don't really mean it to the fucking Pokemon Center. How much time? Oh.
That's with Slim Shady. Probably one of his favorite records. People were hitting me up like, "Is that AI?" I'm like, "No, that's him doing it. He's doing the old voice." He came back to the old voice, bro. I was so happy as I was.
A simple concept. There's 10 Pokemon in front of you, find the least popular one. I asked thousands of people.
One of Pokemon's biggest games is getting shut down in just 3 days, and no, you are not getting your money. What game is getting shut down? I think they Pokemon Go. I know they invited Pokemon Go. One of Pokemon's biggest games is getting shut down in just 3 days, and no, you are not getting your money back. Guys, I wish I were kidding, but Pokemon fans in a few select countries will permanently lose access to their accounts on November 30th, and the truth is that it's all because Pokemon went with what many would consider a very greedy monetization strategy. And it actually gets worse, because this game has easily made Pokemon over $100 million, and yet that is still not enough. Players will ultimately be the ones that end up paying the price. So today, let's dive deep to figure out what exactly is going on with Pokemon this time. But first, what's going on, guys? Cheers. Now, before we jump in, I just want to wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving if you do celebrate. I am, of course, tremendously thankful for all of you guys who have been enjoying the channel and the content lately. Seriously, thank you guys so much for all the likes, the hypes, and everything over the last couple of months. I'm really looking forward to all the content that we're going to be making going into 2026. All right, let's jump right in here. Pokemon game shutting down for some players on November 30th. What Pokemon game is shutting down? Well, of course, it is Pokemon Unite, but there is a catch. It is only shutting down for 2 specific countries on November 30th. Now, for those of you that don't know what Pokemon Unite is, this was basically Pokemon's take on the MOBA genre. It's pretty much League of Legends, but with Pokemon, and I know that that is a super oversimplification, and I remember when they first announced this game, I was really excited because back in college, I liked playing League. I haven't really played it for quite a while, although I do understand why people like it, and I do see the appeal there. I've just never really been a big MOBA guy, but I thought, hey, I like the Pokemon franchise. League of Legends is super successful. Maybe they could do something pretty cool there, right? The game came out on Switch first, then it came out on mobile, and despite it being free to play and having those mobile monetization strategies, I didn't really mind it, right? And later in this video, I'm going to give you guys my thoughts and opinions on the monetization strategy of Pokemon Unite, because that is the hot button topic we're going to be talking about today. But I did quickly lose interest in the game because they nerfed Gengar, right? I mean, I played the game for maybe like a week or two. They nerfed Gengar, and I was like, okay, GG, I'm done. I don't actually care about the game anymore. And then I quit, and that was it. So what exactly is going on with Pokemon Unite now? The game has been out for over 4 years at this point. Where is it shutting down? How is it shutting down? Why is it shutting down? Let's get into it, folks. Pokemon Unite will shut down its servers in Belgium and the Netherlands on November 30th, ending support for players in these regions permanently. While the exact reason has not been confirmed, there are several clues that suggest why Pokemon Unite is leaving fans behind in these regions. It's abundantly clear. We know the answer. We're going to talk about that later in this video, but the article goes on to say this is not the first time the Pokemon Company and Nintendo have shut down one of their mobile titles. In the past, games like Pokemon Duel and Pokemon Rumble Rush were abandoned after struggling globally. However, it appears that Pokemon Unite is being shut down in Belgium and the Netherlands for a completely different reason. Belgium and the Netherlands have been pioneers in establishing laws against gacha mechanics and loot boxes in video games, which seem to be the main reason for Pokemon Unite's server shutdowns in these regions on November 30th. These countries argue that certain RNG-based microtransactions in games may violate their anti-gambling laws, leading to new regulations that force developers to remove such features. Instead of complying with these rules, Pokemon Unite has seemingly chosen to shut down its servers, likely because those microtransactions are central to its sustainability. It's also worth noting that the ban covers all versions of the game across iOS, Android, and Nintendo Switch. So then the first thing that I thought of was, okay, well, is this just the beginning of the end for Pokemon Unite, right? I mean, Screen Rant goes on to elaborate that the game has had over 200 million downloads as of July of 2024, but the end of an era is coming for the game in these 2 countries shortly. And this has been a hot button topic in the gaming
gaming industry ever since, I mean, it landed on my radar back when Advanced Warfare came out, right? Call of Duty Advanced Warfare. Remember, they had loot boxes in that game, and you could get legendary variants of guns that were literally just stronger than anything else that you could get for free. And yes, technically, you could get those legendary variants for free by just playing the game, but the drop rate was so low that it's like you're probably not going to get the good ones unless you spend money. And that's when loot box RNG first landed on my radar, and it's been an issue in the gaming community ever since, right? And most people would say that they're not a fan of RNG microtransactions. I mean, really, that is like the most popular opinion. And so as laws and regulations start to catch up to the gaming industry, the question becomes, if more countries, especially in Europe, start to adopt the same principles and laws as Belgium and the Netherlands, will Pokemon continue to shut down Pokemon Unite in more countries as these things become law, right? Like, this could just be the first domino that causes Pokemon Unite to collapse entirely. Now, it's also possible that if the game is super successful, continues to be very popular, and there is a demand for the game, that Timmy Studio Group and Pokemon could come to a conclusion that, okay, we need to change the monetization strategy if we want to keep this game alive. Maybe they'll change it to a one-time purchase thing, or maybe they'll stick with the Battle Pass system, which we will talk about later in this video. But that was the first thing I thought of, right? Like, okay, this is only happening in 2 countries for now. Will it get worse? Maybe it will. We'll talk about that later. But this is what was actually posted on Pokemon Unite's website. This is an official statement from Pokemon themselves. Notice of termination. Thank you to everyone for your continued support of Pokemon Unite. Unfortunately, we have made the difficult decision to end service for Pokemon Unite in Belgium and the Netherlands from November 30th, 2025. I'm recording this on the 26th. You're probably watching this on the 27th, but you may even be watching this after the game is already gone. GG. As of November 30th, 2025, service for Pokemon Unite will end in Belgium and the Netherlands. The app will no longer be available to download on mobile devices or Nintendo Switch beyond that date. Players may reach out to support for any issues before November 30th, 2025. We'd like to thank our players in Belgium and the Netherlands for their support, and we apologize for any inconvenience. Now, some users actually speculated that maybe it's the case that players in Belgium and the Netherlands could circumvent this by just using a VPN, right? I mean, that's pretty simple. I'm sure many countries already do this. Many players of many different games have to do this to play their favorite games, right? You download a VPN and you connect somewhere else. But the problem is that I'm pretty sure, and I don't know this for certain, right? So I could be wrong. You can let me know in the comment section below. Again, I've said this in many videos. I'll say it again. I am top 3 biggest goofballs on YouTube, but I don't know what I'm talking about. We're talking about video games, okay? So if you're looking for Ivy School research here, you ain't getting it, all right? You're getting a dude in his apartment in Queens, New York, okay? But anyway, my understanding is that service is ending for the game based on the region of where the game was downloaded, right? So for those of you that don't know, on the Google Play Store, for example, some games exist in different formats in different regions, right? And so they may have an APK, that's the game file, they may have that for the United States or for an international version, and then they may have another version for Russia or another version for wherever, right? And sometimes this has to do with local laws, regulations, maybe currency conversion, things like that. There's some various different reasons why that might be the case. What some fans are speculating is that you may not be able to use a VPN because it's not where you're connecting from right now, it's where you downloaded the game, right? And so in order for a player from Belgium to get access to their account, they need to connect with the version of the game that they downloaded. And if that's no longer available, then GG, it's gone. That might not be the case. Again, this is speculation on my part. That's what I've heard. I could be completely wrong here. But the craziest part about this is that Pokemon Unite is still getting regular updates. I mean, I'm pretty sure this game was even featured in recent Pokemon Directs, if I'm not mistaken, right? Like, for example, right now is the Vaporeon event. They just put Vaporeon in the game. Same thing with Delmise. The license for this Pokemon came out on November 14th, 2025. Vaporeon came out November 20th, 2025. This is like, I mean, it's Vaporeon. This is a lot of people's favorite Pokemon ever, right? And if we take a look at the Apple App Store here for the game, you'll find that the last update technically came out October 23rd for bug fixes. September 4th, they said Palma joins the fray, Season 34 Battle Pass, things like that. Like, this is not a dead game. This is a game that people actively play and enjoy. Currently has a 4.7 rating on the App Store. So it's just kind of crazy to be talking about, like, a game that is financially successful, which we will talk about later in the video. This game has made a ridiculous amount of money, boys, as you might expect from a free-to-play mobile game, but it's making money, getting updates, big updates at that. It's not really in life support, and yet, because of the nature of the monetization here, we're seeing it shut down in 2 countries, and depending on how laws change, that could continue. So let's dig a little bit deeper to figure out what exactly is wrong with Pokemon Pokemon Unite that will be causing it to get shut down in these two countries? Well, as it's reported here, Pokemon Unite has reached a new low in the eyes of its community as the game is now prioritizing monetization and its predatory gacha systems over the actual game itself, leading to two countries losing access to the game entirely. Just in September, Pokemon Unite released two major updates that both introduced controversial changes that continue to alienate all but the most dedicated players willing to put up with the game's ludicrous monetization attempts. Even for a modern free-to-play game that needs to turn a profit to keep the lights on, every single element of Unite outside the gameplay itself feels like it lends itself towards making money and not bettering the overall experience. Just turning on the game will have you clearing through pages of full-screen ads for different ways to spend money, and the actual game itself has only leaned further into these tendencies with borderline predatory monetization attempts. In the big September 5th update for the game that added new events and content, the Pokemon Company also announced that changes are coming to Unite's Battle Pass structure. The Battle Pass offers players exclusive cosmetics for their character and profile, as well as 2 Pokemon per season. This past month, the price for the Battle Pass increased from 490 Aeos Gems to 690 Aeos Gems. Nice. In terms of raw price increase, this takes the cost of the Battle Pass from $7.99 to roughly $10 or $11. This wouldn't be too bad on its own, based on the cost of other Battle Passes in games like Fortnite or Valorant, but Unite doesn't operate on direct purchases for most of its paid content. Classic monetization strategy, folks. As you can see here, this is a screenshot from the in-game shop. Now, maybe this has changed since September. We are talking about the end of November here, but as of the writing of this article, it looks like you could buy 490 Aeos Gems for $8, but you cannot buy 690 Aeos Gems for whatever that price might be. You now have to buy both the 490 and the 245 bundles in order to purchase the Battle Pass. Not the end of the world, but it is definitely annoying, and this is a very common practice for this monetization strategy, but that's not where it stops, okay? If that was the only area Unite price gouged its customers, it would be a good example of a bad change. However, Unite and its developers, whether they are directly involved in pricing or not, have been actively over-monetizing the game since it launched. The cost for Hollowware, Unite's name for special skins and cosmetics for the playable Pokemon, stretches from $5 for a basic skin to $40 for one that adds unique effects and animations to the Pokemon while you play. This far outstrips some bundles offered by other games like Fortnite, which tend to charge $20 for skins, accessories, and other goodies, and some of the special effects for moves on Unite skins aren't even included unless you dive into the next issue. What happens if you missed a previous Battle Pass and want to get exclusive cosmetics from it? Well, Unite offers something called Prize Machine, where you can throw Pokeballs at a selection of previously available items to try and fill up a number gauge to get them. Sounds great, right? Unfortunately, any substantial prize, like premium trainer outfits or Hollowware, requires up to 30 hits on the gauge, and you only get 2 Pokeballs every 12 hours to use with a maximum and extremely uncommon roll of 5 hits per ball. Okay, so at best, if you're super lucky, you're going to get 2 free rolls of 5 hits, so that is 10 hits every 12 hours, but the prize gauge on each item resets every 24 hours, so there is no actual way to earn even some of the middling prizes at all. Oh, but don't worry, you can pay Aeos Gems to reduce the Pokeball cooldown if you really want something. Now look, I'm going to share with you guys my thoughts and opinions on all of this later in the video. Skins for Pokemon, for me, is it scummy? Yes. Do I really care that much? No. Really? I mean, it's cosmetics. Would I rather than not monetize like this? Sure, right? But we'll talk about that later. Again, it's cosmetics for a free-to-play game. I mean, it is what it is. But I just Googled Pokemon Unite loot boxes, and this video actually came up from 4 years ago, July of 2021, by a YouTuber who goes by the name Let's Not. I've never watched their videos before, so I don't know anything about them, but their content was the first thing that came up when I looked up loot boxes here. And here you can see he did a 5 pull and got socks, a hat, another pair of socks, boots, and a hat. So we got, 2 hats, 2 pairs of socks, and some boots. Okay, so yeah, I mean, maybe this is not the best example of what you can get here. We've got some item enhancers here, which, as far as I remember, again, I played this game back when it first came out. You could use the item enhancers to literally level up some of the held items for the Pokemon. Again, this video came out in 2021, so I haven't played the game since then. Maybe they've changed this system since then. But I mean, if you've played any free-to-play mobile game, this is very familiar to you, right? You've got 3 different kinds of currency in the top here, and you can exchange some amount of it it, and you get a bunch of different pulls here from effectively a loot box, right? I mean, that's what this is. It's a loot box. So then the question becomes, what's going on with Belgium and the Netherlands when it comes to loot boxes? Here we have a report from GamesIndustry.biz, Loot Box State of Play 2024. This was last year, okay? At the time that they wrote this article, several countries have imposed various requirements that must be separately complied with, mostly focused on 1, disclosing the presence of loot boxes in product listings and advertising, disclosing loot box probabilities in specific ways, and 3, imposing minimum age ratings against games with loot boxes. These rules stem from either consumer protection law or newly created dedicated regulations. And most of the free-to-play mobile games that I've played have done this, right? They've followed all these laws, but let's scroll down a little bit more here and see what Belgium's got going on here, okay? Some companies remain non-compliant with the Belgian gambling law requirement that loot boxes are prohibited. Very recently, Pokemon Unite decided to comply by disallowing in-game purchases by Belgian players and will eventually entirely withdraw services from the country. Now know that is happening in just a couple of days. We know the Belgian gambling regulator is struggling actively.
It's like the universe is conspiring against the nigga as he's trying to leave the work, bro.
Is disproportionate, but it could at any moment
Long
criminals prosecute companies
phone
for
call,
illegally
meteorite.
selling loot boxes. Please respect the law
Fucking
by
Maru
releasing
Uchiha.
games with loot boxes from that country or releasing an alternative version without paid loot boxes. Okay, so I guess this article must be written
Fucking walk outside of Sub-Zero stand
Okay,
there.
let's talk about the Netherlands. Following a
Tim was wearing a mask and he was wearing a blue shirt, and I was like, yo, you look like Sub-Zero.
Offering rewards that can
Everybody started
subsequently be
laughing.
transferred
Hook,
to players
titty juice.
unlawful in the Netherlands.
Perfect
Even
timing.
so, companies have been overly cautious complying by also not offering loot boxes to Dutch players since then, but that is unnecessary. It is permitted to sell loot boxes in the Netherlands. In addition, the previous Dutch government wanted to ban loot boxes to effectively overturn the court decision. However, a new government is now in power, and it has confirmed to me in September of 2024 that it does not have such plans. However, being permitted to sell loot boxes does not mean that no other rules apply. In-game purchase offers must comply with overarching consumer protection law. The regulator recently fined Epic Games over 1.1 million euros for various breaches of consumer protection law that occurred when the
You might be
company
using that
already made
mask for the first
purchases
time
in
today.
Fortnite. An appeal is pending. This
Holy
indicates
shit,
that the
man.
national regulator is willing to act, and the loot box related enforcements may also be imminent in the Netherlands and elsewhere. Okay, so
Yeah,
again,
that's
loot boxes are banned in Netherlands, but they have very strict rules, and they will as you can see here with Epic
Be
Games.
safe.
So what Pokemon and Timmy Studio Group and whoever else was involved here, what they decided was, all right, you know what, screw that. We're not risking getting sued. We're not risking the bad press. We're not risking this, that, the other thing. They just looked at it and said, hey, here's our player base from those two countries. Is it worth it to create a whole new version? Is it worth it to support those countries? And they said, you know what? Nah, forget it. Screw them. We'll just pull the game from their app store and GG. Sorry, it is what it is. So, okay, Pokemon is shutting down in the Netherlands and in Belgium, but how much money did they actually make off of Pokemon Unite? Like, maybe it's the case that this game is just not that successful, and so they just don't have a financial incentive to support all of their players, right? Well, unsurprisingly, they've made a lot of money off of Pokemon Unite, right? And it's because of their monetization model. Now, this was posted back in July of 2024, so about a year and a half ago. Pokemon Unite catches $83 million on mobile as it celebrates its first 3 years. In almost 3 years, Pokemon Unite has generated $82.7 million in gross revenue on mobile. Unite has generated 29% of its total mobile revenue from the United States market, bro. We are a third of that entire revenue generation. That is crazy. That's probably why they don't care about Belgium or the Netherlands, because the whales are all in the United States. As long as they keep that, that's their biggest market. That's what makes the most money. To put this into perspective, this game alone has made enough money to fund the next 6 Pokemon Legends ZAs, okay? The leaks for that Pokemon Legends ZA development costed only $13 million, alright? So this game made a ridiculous amount of money. The US represents its most lucrative market at 29% of total revenue. Japan follows at 25% of player spending, while South Korea ranks third at 7%. Wow. So more than 50% of the market is just Japan and the United States, and everyone else makes the other 50%. That's insane. And by the way, this is just on mobile. If you guys didn't know, Pokemon Unite actually came out first on the Nintendo Switch. I think it came out a month or two early on Switch. So if you had a Switch, you got to play the game early, then it came out on mobile. Okay, so what are the odds that the Switch version made tens of millions of dollars? The answer is absolutely. It absolutely did, especially if it was the exclusive platform at launch. All the hype is around the game at launch. All of the biggest whales and people trying the game are going to try it at launch. And the most amount of money that people spend is typically during that hype period at launch on the Switch. Okay. And so really, if we just assume that the Switch players spent a modest $17 million on this game, then this game made them over $100 million. It is what it is. And again, this $83 million is from a year and a half ago. So mobile players have spent even more than that. And if we're being honest, I think it is completely fair and reasonable. Again, factoring in the last year and a half for mobile and factoring in all 4 years of the Switch player base, right? This game has easily made 120 million, if not more. Easily. It's not a question in my mind that this game has made that much money. So it definitely is frustrating for players that see the game making all this money, hundreds of millions of dollars, right? And because the Netherlands and Belgium are just not that profitable of regions, I assume they're just not going to support it anymore. And look, they could make the game available there. They could tweak the monetization system just for those specific countries. They could make it work, but Pokemon's looking at it and saying hey, it's just the cost of doing business. You guys aren't really worth it. Sorry, GG. Move somewhere else if you want to play the game. Let's see what people over on Reddit have to say. What will happen after November 30th? I was told last week that it will be stopped and shut down in the Netherlands and Belgium on November 30th next year. Does anyone know what will happen then and thereafter? And does anyone know the reason for why it's shutting down? I'm not a regular player per se. I come and go with this game, but when I do decide to play, it's fun and I like it. I've also never spent real money on this, though many times I really, really wanted to do it. Now I'm glad I never did. But I'm also thinking, because it's now just a bit more than a year left for me since I live in the Netherlands, perhaps I should play it more and enjoy it while I still can. What are your thoughts about this game shutting down? Listen, hey, Snippy, okay, Snippy, you're part of the problem, okay? You never spent the money on the game, and that's why they're looking at the Netherlands and saying hey, these guys don't spend any money. We're not going to adopt the game. Okay, I'm kidding, okay? This is not Snippy's fault. Snippy's just enjoying the game. This does suck. I genuinely mean that. I'm just goofing around, okay? This person says they're getting banned because of adding more gacha stuff, kind of like gambling, which is against the law. They can make another version without the gacha stuff, but they would rather not because they're making more money by doing what they're doing right now. I think you might be able to play the offline mode of the game against bots, but won't receive any updates after the ban. That's pretty cool, at least. Although new players can't play it because it's not going to be in the App Store anymore for those countries. This person says, I wonder if a VPN might work, and this is the response. It might not, since the app is based on the region your App Store / Play Store is on. This is what I was saying earlier in the video. So if you are not on the same version, you won't be able to go online if you don't get updates. You might need to change the region in your App Store / Play Store because if a new version comes out, you would need to download it from there. VPN will only work as long as you are on the same version as everyone else. Exactly, right? This is a live service game. There's constantly being updates, new Pokemon. It's online only, pretty much. I mean, there's an offline mode, but if you want to play the main game modes, you're gonna have to get the latest version. And so there you go. This was posted over on the Pokemon official forums. Pokemon Unite shutting down in Belgium and Netherlands. I don't know about everyone else here, but I absolutely refuse to lose the one save file / in-game account I have been playing on since the game's release. We need something to happen so the game can stay online here in Belgium and Netherlands, I assume. A shutdown here means no legit copy to enter tournaments and earn that lofty slot in the Pokemon World Championships. Not only that, of course, I'm not the only one who built a roster of Pokemon in game, earned or bought hollowware for them, got every battle item and cold item, etc. It may not be the best game ever, but it's still a game we come back to, have an active membership in, etc. I'm still kind of hoping it's fake news. I mean, Cerebi hasn't even reported on it yet, but with a certain law in place here, what can we do to ensure not losing this game? This was posted in September of last year. I'm sorry to tell you, Shadow Ocean Mew, but here we are over a year later, and there have been no changes. The game's definitely apparently shutting down. The person says this is real news. Here's the official link, but I don't think Timmy Studio Group will change their mind, and I honestly think Unite is doing you guys a favor. Look at the game now and imagine how the game will be after November of 2025. What they're referring to here is bots. I believe that, and again, I haven't played the game since launch, but I'm pretty sure one of the current problems with the game, or at least this was a problem last year, was that there were a lot of bots playing the game, and they would play as Gengar, and that would just be annoying. So yeah, people are upset about this, right? I mean, rightfully so. And this is the whole point of the Stop Killing Games movement. If you guys remember a few months ago, the Stop Killing Games initiative was started by gamers, for gamers. It really just had a very simple default mission, if your game is going to shut down, at least release the source code or something, so that way if there's a modding community or a private server community that rallies around the game, they could come together and make the game playable, right? At least make the game playable. That's really all players want, right? And that's the problem with these live service games, is that once it is no longer profitable, or once it gets banned in a certain country, then that's it, right? Any progress you've made, any money you've spent, it's all gone. It's gone forever. And beyond that, right, like, not even just the fact that you lose what you spent your money on, because realistically, right, like, this is nothing new. If you spend your money on a digital product, you do not own that product. You own a license to access the product that can be revoked at any time. There are no exceptions to this. Any game that you've ever bought a microtransaction for, there is no guarantee that you will have that in perpetuity, which is why I'm such a big fan of physical media here, okay? But beyond just the fact that players are losing access to their progress and their accounts, the problem is that people won't be able to play the game, right? And so, like, you know, even if you don't like Pokemon Unite, there are a lot of people that did really enjoy it, right? Maybe they played it with their significant other, or they played it with their kids, or they played it with whoever. And, you know, in 5-10 years, they might get nostalgic for Pokemon Unite and they want to go back and play it, and they won't be able to, right? At least as far as we know, if you live in the Netherlands or in Belgium, right? And that's really the big issue with the Stop Killing Games thing, and really the reason that got so popular is because, like, a lot of great games are just being lost to time, you know? That's one of the cool things about growing up when I grew up, is that if I played, you know, Super Mario 64 DS on my Nintendo DS, I played it if I was sick for home from school, I would play that on the couch, right? And I can do that. I can still do that. All these years later, I could go back and pop in the same cartridge and I can play the game exactly as it was. But kids these days who grew up with Season 3 of Fortnite and they missed Season 3 of Fortnite, well, that's gone, right? It's just not coming back, you know what I mean? And so in the same way, that's the big problem with Unite shutting down for these two countries, and it could happen to more countries in the future. So that's kind of what's going on with Pokemon Unite, and now I want to kind of just touch on my thoughts on this. As many of you guys know, I do have a background in mobile gaming. I've played plenty of mobile games. I've even done consulting for at least one game that I can think of off the top of my head, and I really don't mind mobile games, right? I mean, if we're being honest with ourselves, some of the most popular games that have come out in the last 5 or 10 years are either mobile games or free-to-play games entirely, right? I mean, like League of Legends, Fortnite, Genshin Impact, Marvel Rivals, right? Just because a game is free or just because a game is on mobile doesn't inherently mean that the game is bad, right? And even if a game has a sort of predatory monetization strategy that I personally don't love, I really do struggle to criticize games for that because the game is free, right? And all of the free-to-play games that I've played, you can still easily get 5, 10, 15, or more hours of gameplay for free without spending any money, right? Now, of course, some monetization strategies are better than others, right? I like Fortnite's monetization strategy, because you can just go into the shop and you can just buy the thing that you want, and that's it, right? The Genshin Impact is a little bit, you know, it's like it's literally loot boxes, right? Like you're doing summons, at least there's a pity, but it's still, you're probably going to spend a lot of money if you want to get every character, especially if you want to like 6-star them or whatever. But no matter what, right? Like if the game is free and you can get 5, 10, 15 hours of fun and excitement out of that game without spending any money, I do struggle to really criticize that strategy because, and again, this is the same message that I've had in a lot of these videos. Money's tight right now. You know what I mean? I mean, hey, at least for me, I don't know about y'all, but like it is for me, disposable income to spend even $20, $30, $40 or more, upwards of $70, $80 on a video game. At least they can download Genshin Impact and they can play that game for free. Are they going to get their favorite character? Probably not. Are they going to be able to complete all the content in the game? Maybe if they're good. Maybe if they're lucky, right? Maybe, maybe not. But for people that just simply do not have the money to spend on video games because of the cost of living, the cost of insurance, the cost of everyday necessities, food, water, shelter, everything, the price of everything is super high right now, right? And especially when you consider, like, I'm lucky to be in the position that I'm in where I live. I live in the United States. You know, New York City is very expensive to live here. But like, if we zoom out and look at the world, I mean, there are people in other countries where like they absolutely can't afford to spend money on video games. It's just out of their it's just not possible, right? And hopefully things get better for them. You know what I mean? But for those people, they do have games that they can play, and these games are funded by the whales, right? The games are funded by the people that are doing the maximum pulls for the latest gotcha character in whatever game it is. And so again, I don't love the monetization strategy of these games, right? Obviously, I would rather the game not have loot mechanics, of course, right? Everyone, I mean, really, like, the game has not improved by there being loot boxes, right? But at the end of the day, I do still struggle to like really rip into them because it's like I've played dozens of hours of Valorant or of League of Legends and I've never spent money and I've enjoyed the games, right? And so it's like, same thing with Unite. If somebody can download Unite and they can play 10, 20, 30 hours and have fun, maybe they're not the best player in the game, maybe they're not the worst player, but they had fun for that time. It is what it is, And another thing, not to like defend Pokemon here, but at least they did announce this like a year ago, right? Like this was, as you could tell from the Reddit post here that was posted October of 2024 and the community post, which was posted in September of 2024, Pokemon Unite did give the players about a year's notice, right? A little bit over a year's notice to sort of prepare themselves and brace themselves, right? And this is one of the things that we kind of see like with New World recently, where New World, Amazon Games kind of came out and said like, hey, the last big update was the last big update. We're kind of just going to leave the servers on for at least, basically throughout 2026. But if we are going to shut it down earlier, we'll give you like a 6-month notice or something like that, right? And so one of the things that we notice with New World is that once players know that the game is going into end of service, right, it kind of kills people's motivation to play because the whole point is that you can play and collect things and get better and better and better and experience the new seasons and collect more and do it. And like once you know there's an end date, it's like, okay, well, why am I been playing? So at least in Pokemon's defense, they didn't wait till the last minute. They gave the Pokemon fans in the Netherlands and in Belgium a year's notice or more, and now we're finally reaching.
Ancient times, thousands of lions roamed freely across Africa. Living side by side. Still a place like this, where the raw forces of nature are in control. This is a kingdom where lions special breed, hunters of giants. Story of ancient Africa. A time of plenty is upon the land. It slows the heartbeat of Africa and brings rain to Ruaha. This season has the power to transform, to dilute, to disarm. This season has the power to restore. But none of the water that fills the rivers can wash away what happened here. It began in the dry season. In a bend in the Wagusi River. Even during the hottest, driest summer, there is always water here. In a place called the Glade. It is a sanctuary. It is a haven. The essence of life for all the animals of the world. Like as it seems. Strange things happen here. Strange alliances. In the natural world, lions hunt baboons. In the glade, however, generations of lion and baboon families have coexisted. A small pride of lions currently lives here. 2 wise old lionesses and their cubs. Life is charmed. Set down by their forebears. Never touch the baboons. There's a reason for this. It's nothing more dangerous than a hungry lion. The great drink. Scatter in heartbeat if they hear the alarm. Listen for a warning call. Silence signals safe passage. So, enter the kill zone. Small red things. Today's the ones remain silent. The lion's growl. What's in it for the baboons? If a hungry lion is a dangerous lion, a lion with a full belly is a safer lion. Keep the clean pride for them, and there may be peace between tangible enemies. It could be as simple as that. In the bend of the river, hold the glade, a very special place. I see the hands of buffalo, forced to leave the parched highlands in search of water, are being drawn by embankments to the glade. Such aggressive, unpredictable, worthy of respect. The Anjuna have their vision. They are in tune with the nature of the their territory is boundless because it's constantly improved. The Anjuna consider the buffalo to be their territory. John, never far behind. The John,
All right, boss.
so hungry Christmas. They will take the vulnerable from the government. Now, they will take on the soldiers. So belongs to them. A cheetah is watching the jars herd. But she's not interested in the buffalo. It's the dreams the hangers on. Impala are a shadow runner. Asked behind a veil of false security. A superb hunter and the mother. She is a cheetah in lion country, where cubs rarely survive. So far, she's raised 3. Risk of lion attack on her family is great. But hunger drives the cheetah on. She has a long way to travel before she can hunt. The impala will soon abandon the plains, together with the buffalo, all on the same journey. Witness of the glade. One thirsty buffalo herd, 600 strong, shadowed by the Unja. Always on the move, cubs in turn. The Unja will follow the buffalo wherever they take them. Even into other lions' territories. They are the Unja. Guardians at the gates of the glade, an ancient forest of baobab trees. Some have survived hundreds of years, standing witness to the change of countless seasons. The baobab forest provides support. There is great power here. This forest is the territory of the biggest lion pride in all of Hawaii. The baobab pride More than 30 members, numbers far above the ordinary, powerful lioness hunters and their offspring. And the baobab forest provides for every one of them. The first buffalo herd of the dry season arrives in the baobab forest. This is not the Punjab Rides buffalo. This herd has come from the north. Over 1,000 strong. The baobab pride relies on the annual arrival of the buffalo. But this time, the herd is not stopping in the forest. Thirst drives the parched buffalo on to the waters of the glade. If the baobab pride follows, they will leave their forest, trespass into the glade pride's territory. Forbidden territory. Unable to resist the temptation of hunting buffalo, they leave the safety of their sanctuary. The Glade Pride lionesses have witnessed the arrival of the buffalo countless times. It's been many months since the grunt and grind of the great herds last shattered their peace. But this time, something is different. The sound of too many hooves heading from opposite directions. Two herds of buffalo are marching on the glade. The one herd from the baobab forest. From the west, the Jars herd. It's not the masses of thirsty beasts that concern the glade pride. It's what follows. It's their own kind they fear. A threat to their cubs. Just a small pride, but wise. Others many times over. The old lionesses know from experience that behind all that dust and noise, other lions follow with a lust to kill. The family must leave its paradise for now. They will be back, but not before peace returns. Under the false protection of the buffalo, the impala are delivered to the waters of the glade. Desperation delivers the cheetahs. The mother cheetah must make a kill. Her hungry cubs depend on it. To hunt in a lion pride's territory is to invite attack. Right now, she has a narrow window of opportunity because the glade pride is here. But the baboons are, and if they spot them, they will raise the alarm. She must wait for the impala to drink, to move away from the baboons. Hunger pushes a cub forward, threatens their cover. The act, unseen. No more risks. The cubs must stay, learn this lesson from afar. A life lesson. A quick kill was fine. This will decide who kills here. Now. The cheetah retreats. She's not geared for combat. The baboons will send poachers back to where they came from. A successful kill would have meant life for a family of cheetahs. Still, she breathes. In the shadow of a creature with dubious motives, ally of the Glade Lions. Is this curiosity or concern? Even they are surprised when she springs back to life. The baboons expel the poacher. Their intervention has saved a life. Strange things happen in the glade. Very safe water. and two mighty buffaloes become one. But the outcome is not, because now their forces double. The bareback pride arrives in the glade. Christmases in the forbidden territory. Temptation too great. Their fate is sealed. They will hunt in the glade. Search for weak spots. Split up. Wait for the right moment to attack. Soldiers sense impending danger, lurking near the sands. Right. Two fundamental errors. They chose to hunt in the hottest part of the day, attack the buffalo before they finish drinking. Belligerent buffalo can take the heat and will fight to drink. How long can the lions hold position? Determined young lioness still has the energy to test their word. This could be the first and last buffalo she ever attacks. In the heart